Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic. Okay, we will now take roll call. Laura Blakely.
Bill Lambert.
Devin Conley,
Laura Berman. Let the record reflect that all trustees are present. We have trustee Conley joining us remotely, and during parts of our meeting, she will join us in person as well. We'll move on to item C, the approval of the agenda. Are there any trustee questions or comments regarding the agenda?
I have a question. We'd received an email that one item was going to be deferred. Is that on this agenda? Or I think we got that before the 72 hours.
It was actually, shoot, I think we corrected it. Let me double check. Dr. Westover, do you remember?
I believe the items were pulled before the 72-hour mark, so I don't think there's anything you have to do.
Perfect. Thank you. So then I move that we approve the agenda as presented.
I second.
Okay, on a motion made, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? I will, thank you, thank you. If anyone would like to, any members of the public would like to comment on the agenda itself, you may raise your hand in Zoom or press *9.
Nancy did say it was pulled.
Okay.
She
I didn't see it, but I just want to make sure because it's been a long day.
Do you see any hands up? I can't see.
No, we didn't.
Okay, seeing as there are none, do I have a, no, we can go ahead and with our motion.
So I remake my motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you. And that's our second.
A second.
Great. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. On a motion made by trustee Blakely and seconded by trustee Lambert, the agenda has been approved unanimously. Okay, we will move on to opportunities for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. If there are any members of the public who'd like to speak regarding the closed session agenda, you may raise your hand in Zoom or press *9. Okay. Seeing as there are none, then at 6:12 p.m., we will adjourn to closed session. At 8:05 PM, the open session of this meeting is reconvened. There was no action taken during closed session. We'll move on to item 5, the consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda are considered routine and will be approved in one motion. Are there any questions from the trustees regarding the consent agenda? Okay, we will move on to public comment. If you're a member of the public and would like to comment on the consent agenda, you can raise your hand in Zoom or press *9. Seeing as there are none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Have a second? Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. On a motion made by trustee Lambert, seconded by trustee Blakely, the agenda has been approved unanimously. We'll move on to item 6, communications. We'll begin with employee organizations. Are there any representatives of employee organizations who would like to address the board at this time? Okay. Right, seeing as there are none, we're going to move on to 6B, district committees. Are there any representatives of district committees that would like to address the board at this time? Okay, seeing as there are none, we'll move on to item 6C, updates from the superintendent, Dr. Rudolph.
Yep, I'll keep it quick. Just want to give a couple shout outs real fast. So first, all of our schools are preparing for the open house, and this is also the next phase of our new student orientation. So we are inviting parents, and in some cases, some schools I think are inviting students too, to come out to the schools to get a feel. We have activities for them, for parents just to learn about the school, get acquainted with the PTA as well as MVF, and sort of start the first touch point with them. The lottery just concluded, and we will be bringing back a presentation to talk about the results of the lottery, sort of how it went, to sort of make sure, as we promised before, whether or not it met the board's expectation. And then within that, because we will be talking about the lottery, we'll also talk about sort of preliminary enrollment numbers and sort of what things look like. I know that's of interest of the board too. So I just want to let you know that those two things are coming, but more importantly, just that elementary and middle schools, I believe next week, are having the actual open house events. Also with that, for rising 6th graders, our parent university has an excellent course coming up on what to expect when you enter middle school. And so we're super excited to offer those. And the last thing I would say is just real quick that our middle school teams are working on their master schedules. And sort of the next phase of this is that and I'm going to have to do this too, they are about to send out the elective classes for parents to start choosing. You need to choose something, otherwise you will get a lot of things that you may not want. So this is a great time to start talking with your kid about what classes you're interested in, band, art, Spanish, so that you can get registered for those. And we do promise every kid gets a choice elective, but in some cases they get three different electives, depending on what their schedules are.
A quick question about that, Dr. Rudolph. Do the children fill out, the students fill out what electives they want, or is it the parents? Like, how does that work?
So I'll just speak from a parent perspective. I mean, Eli and I talked, but you know, I signed him up for coding, band, and I forget what his third, and then he got art, right? So, I mean, he sort of had an idea, but if it was up to him, it'd be PE. But good old dad, everybody plays an instrument in our house, so
Right.
he had to learn the instrument because that's just part of what we do.
So the parents have to sign off on this.
Yeah, the parents need to register, and the information is sent to them. But I would just encourage parents to talk with their kids about it.
Sure.
And sorry, I'm getting a couple notes. So Ms. Hausman just wanted me to say that parents and kids can sign. I guess I'm a little overbearing there. So just want to point that out. But at least in the Rudolph household, I can tell you right now that Dad is going to be signing up for classes, but I will take son's input to the best of my ability.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Okay, we are going to move on to, we're on to communications. No, sorry, I apologize. Community comments. This is a time reserved for committee members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and the administration welcome this time to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agendized item. If you're a member of the public and would like to address the board, please raise your hand in Zoom or press star 9. Okay. Seeing as there are none, we will move on to the next item. Our agenda is a little bit different. Usually we have some review and action first. We're breaking out the review and discussion. We're going to do school safety update first, and then take some action and then go back to discussion because our consultants are, I believe, in Texas. Is that right? So not on the West Coast. So we're going to begin with the school, or just being mindful of our consultants and the time that it is. So school safety update.
Good evening. Thank you so much. Let me turn my video on here. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here with everyone tonight. I really appreciate the opportunity to share with you some of the work that we've been doing in partnership with the district. I do have a presentation for you this evening that I will go ahead and share. Give me a second to get that set up here.
And Liz, just I know originally we had a presentation we wanted to do beforehand and we included that, but we'll let her dive directly into hers just to save a little time. I think everybody's aware of the context as to why we're doing it, and we can just turn it over to her. So I just want to say, you go ahead and run with it. Excellent. Thank you so much. I'm glad you feel that way, considering I already got started running with it. So thank you. We partnered, Jaffe Emergency Services and Mountain View Wisdom School District have partnered together to accomplish objectives related to safety and security in the school communities. And the first component of this partnership is an assessment in which we are looking at different aspects and factors from a holistic perspective that influence school safety. And so what I would like to do this evening is share with you the results of the assessment summary, including a little bit about our company and the process and the findings. So we at Jaffe believe in demonstrating through our work, safety, equity, and excellence. Those are our guiding principles, and I hope that you will see those guiding principles evident in our work today, as well as moving forward in partnership with the district. So at Jaffe Emergency Services, we are a team of safety experts and educators, and we prioritize partnerships in protecting schools and communities. We've been working with schools across the country since 2007. And our safety work is grounded in schools because we believe that they're the most important areas that we can protect within our community. After 15 years of business, we have worked with thousands of schools and helped to protect millions of lives. And we are very thrilled to include Mountain View Wisdom School District as one of our partners. So just a little bit about what we do in general. We facilitate emergency planning and response services. That's where my specialty comes in as a safety consultant. We also provide campus security services, campus health services, as well as technology and cybersecurity consulting. So this evening, we're going to be focusing on the emergency planning, response, and safety aspect. So as I had mentioned previously, the agenda for this presentation is to review the assessment process so that everyone has a good idea of what goes into the assessment and how the findings are developed. I'd also like to share a brief hazard analysis of the community and the region, and then go over highlights of the assessment outcomes, including observations,
incorporations of feedback from staff and families from the thought exchange, and then solutions and recommendations for each of the observations. Okay, so the assessment process. Assessment begins with a comprehensive review of each site. We were thrilled to be welcomed into each of the different school sites, and we spent between a day and half a day at each of the sites meeting with staff, looking over the facilities. We also had the opportunity to meet with some parent groups, which was a great opportunity, gave us a fuller perspective of safety concerns and security vulnerabilities. And we take this information and we recommend strategic changes. Our assessments were conducted between January and February of this year. So one of the components of the assessment was reviewing existing policies and procedures, as well as reviewing district-wide initiatives. So that includes communications that came from the superintendent, board items, action committees, the thought exchange. We also conducted physical walkthroughs, as I mentioned, as well as interviews. And then we had discussions with district-wide teams to get that broader view of policies, procedures, and expectations across the district, as well as how the district supports at sites at their centralized operations. So the Jaffe approach to safety and security assessments is unique because we don't just look at the typical, fences and security cameras and things of that nature. We look at safety from a holistic perspective, focusing on 5 categories. That's physical and environmental, current protocols and communications, psychological and social emotional well-being, health and wellness, as well as technology and cybersecurity. As a result of the assessment, the work products that we have delivered include an assessment spreadsheet, which has a detailed audit of each site. And inside of that spreadsheet includes items that are assigned impact categories from adequate to recommended to high priority, as well as notes of observations and recommendations. So if there is anything that you would like to research in greater detail in terms of at the site level, I would refer you to the assessment spreadsheet that as a wonderful resource to really get into some of those details. We also developed an assessment summary report, which highlights overarching district themes and recommendations. It also provides an overview of the high priority items of each site and includes more information regarding the hazard analysis, as well as a timeline for recommended course of action. Okay, moving into the hazard analysis. So the hazard analysis is a foundational starting point of any emergency management safety plan and assessment. And so this is certainly not the be all and end all of what we base our recommendations on, but it is something that we consider. At the community level, crime rates in Mountain View are higher than average when compared with other cities. So what that looks like is that Mountain View crime, including property and violent crime, is 18% higher than national average. And individuals within the city of Mountain View have a 1 in 37 chance of becoming a victim of a crime. With that being said, Mountain View actually has a lower than average crime rate compared to cities across America, and it's 52% safer looking at crime matrices than other California cities. Violent crimes, however, are 7% higher than other California cities. The good news is that crime rates in Mountain View are declining, and they've decreased by 11% since 2019. Looking at the regional level, these are risks that I'm sure that everyone is familiar with to some degree. Fire. The good news is that we are at a lower, Mountain View is at a lower risk of wildfire than other portions of the Bay Area. And that's because of the geographic location. However, that still poses a high risk of air quality issues during fire season. Earthquake, I don't think anyone will be surprised to hear that we're at a high likelihood of damaging earthquake due to the proximity to the San Andreas fault system. And it's estimated that there's a 76% chance of a 7.0 or greater magnitude earthquake within the next 21 years. The biggest risk following an earthquake for Mountain View because of the substrate composition would be liquefaction. There's also a moderate risk of flooding due to the location and the elevation level. Okay, assessment data. So this is where we're going to look at some of the findings of the assessment process, and we're focusing on the larger patterns across the district or district-wide themes. The first realm is going to be related to access control. And one of the things that we found were related to access control were gates. So the concerns that we had surrounding gates were that sites are not able to secure the perimeter. On the one hand, this is because the locking devices on the gates have been delayed due to supply issues, so that should be solved in the near future. However, even when the locking devices are installed, because of the fire code requirements, the gates will be able to be open from the inside. That is an important safety feature. However, there is a risk of student elopement from being able to open those gates and use them as a point of egress. In order to counteract that risk, we would recommend several different solutions, including additional staff to monitor the gates, motion sensors or alarms to alert staff if the gates are used during school hours, passive monitoring of gates via security cameras, or third-party security services to monitor cameras and the perimeter. So this, I think, is a good time to look at sort of the solution structures that we offer. When I make suggestions regarding solutions, it's with the recognition that there isn't necessarily a one-size-fits-all approach. There are things that are taken into consideration: costs, time, structural requirements, policy and procedure. And so what I like to do is pose a variety of different solutions that will work and function on different levels. And they also have different levels of ownership in terms of within the district. So for example, assigning additional Mountain View staff to monitor the gates is a high level of ownership from within the school structure. However, a third-party security services to monitor cameras and perimeter is the other side of that spectrum, where it is a lower level of daily staff involvement in that process. And you'll see that kind of throughout the different solutions. When I was looking at the assessment results, I also wanted to take into consideration some of the feedback from the thought exchanges. I read through all of the thought exchange feedback, and I thought it was incredibly wonderful that we had the opportunity to review that data. And so I wanted to incorporate elements that related to the concerns, whether they agreed with our recommendations or not. So here you'll see that a staff member commented that lock gates as well as screen gates create fewer access points throughout campus, acting as a deterrent to any unwanted visitors. Students commented that people can easily walk into our school by opening the unlocked gate. This could be dangerous to the students. Another student also commented, gates won't keep people out who actually want to hurt you. Parents mentioned that more people around the school are needed because if we don't have enough people to survey the school, there might be more fights or more people skipping class. More fence gates, more security cameras. The school is adjacent to a public park and has many entry points for outsiders. So those were some of the highly rated comments that were present in the thought exchange throughout the different groups. Continuing along with access control, there were also concerns that arose during the assessment that were related to shared spaces. And I've divided these shared space considerations to concerns that relate to activity during school hours, and then also shared space concerns after school hours. There were many reports when I was conducting the assessment of members of the public that use the shared space during school hours. Staff reported unleashed dogs on the premises during school hours, and individuals that became confrontational when they were approached by school staff and asked to leave. Students have also reported feeling uncomfortable or unsafe to staff members as a result of the public's interaction during school hours. And the frequency of trespassing prevents rapid threat assessments. So when you have a lot of people that are walking through or in close proximity to the school areas, it becomes very difficult for staff to assess who is supposed to be there and who is not supposed to be there. The goal to address these concerns would be to decrease public presence during school hours and reduce risk to staff. Some of the ways that this can be accomplished are by posting concise signage at all entrances. So right now, if you go to the school sites, you'll see that there is signage provided by the city of Mountain View, but it includes many different park policies and rules. My recommendation would be to either replace those signs at some locations and certainly add them to all locations of entry that highlight the usage hours. It acts as an extra layer of deterrence and makes it easier for staff to enforce these policies by eliminating the sort of conversations around, oh, well, I didn't know, right? So the more obvious that the rules are where they're posted, the easier it is to enforce those policies. It's not going to take care of everything, but it is a step forward. The other course of action would be additional fencing between the fields and recess areas or classrooms. I would strongly recommend an incident log be implemented. That way, instances of public use during prohibited hours can be documented. I would also recommend providing school sites with clear guidelines for contacting Mountain View Police Department, along with de-escalation training for staff supervising the perimeter. Another option here as well would be a third-party security service to reduce staff public interactions and remove the responsibility of staff asking members of the public to leave when they're not using it appropriately or during they're there during prohibited hours. So moving into the thought exchange portion, staff, this appeared quite frequently during the thought exchange. A staff member commented that with many of the schools being connected to quote unquote public parks, it is important to ensure that we are regulating how many people can enter the campus during the day. Students commented not letting random people walk onto campus during the school day. And I think we need more security cameras where some people can come in after school. It is important because they might be doing something inappropriate. Parents commented the most important thing is who is entering the property, who is interacting with students. I don't want my child to be put in contact with strangers. They also added fences do not make campuses safer, just make more cut off from the community. Fences are no deterrent to serious criminals, just regular people. So there were some, as you can see, there are some elements, comments of the thought exchange that could appear in more than one category. So I just put them where I felt like they were speaking to the larger concern. Moving on to shared spaces, this is after park closure hours. And I use that phrase because the many of these shared spaces in the school site areas, as I'm sure many people are familiar with, are designated as public park areas. And the city of Mountain View actually specifies that public parks close an hour after dark. However, the public use areas on the school sites are not secured after dark. Many public parks are not secured after dark. There aren't fences going around a lot of public parks, but they are designed in such a way in most cases to allow them to be easily patrolled by police officers when they're driving by, so they can kind of put eyes on them. There are several of our sites within Mountain View that are not visible from the street. So the public use areas are completely enclosed by the school buildings, which makes it very difficult for someone to drive by and see what is going on. I believe that this setup is part of the reason why certain sites that have this configuration experience higher rates of vandalism and trespassing. I also noticed during the assessments that the cameras and lights do a good job of providing coverage to the classroom areas and the hallways, but they do not extend out into the areas that are accessible by the public, not necessarily the places that are designated for public use, such as the fields, but they should at the very least, in my recommendation, is cover the recess areas that are adjacent to the public field areas. I think that these recess areas are areas where vandalism and trespassing has occurred in the past, and I think that increasing lighting and cameras in those areas would also act as a deterrence. So the goal of these activities would be to improve monitoring and physical security of campus after the park closure hours. And in addition to those that I mentioned earlier, some of the possible solutions include actually amending the joint use agreements to exclude the enclosed areas and lock field gates after hours. So what I mean by that is that sites I believe that Bub, Imai, and maybe, I don't think Latham is part of this, but I think Bub and Imai have the enclosed area where the fields are not visible from any of the street points. And so my recommendation would be to go back to the city of Mountain View and see if there's any way to exclude those areas from the joint use agreements because of the visibility concerns. For those sites that are open and visible from the street, my suggestion would be that the field gates are locked after hours to minimize access to the school campus areas. So right now, if you get onto the fields in a lot of campuses, you can get into the classroom areas, walk right up to the windows, you can get into the lunch areas, the playgrounds, etc. And so my suggestion would be to make sure that those field gates are locked after hours. There are many of the field gates that are not going to be locked in the automatic locking system. So they're not, the fences were not updated to accommodate those locking systems. So those are the fences that I'm referring to when I suggest that they are locked proactively after hours. Another option again would be this third-party security services, this time to patrol after hours and respond to any incidents. There's also an opportunity to develop memoranda of understanding with the Mountain View Police Department in order to increase surveillance of these areas. Additional cameras and lighting in the recess and lunch areas, as I mentioned, and then also external motion sensors being incorporated into the existing security systems so that individuals that are monitoring the security systems can be alerted in a more timely fashion when people are in the common areas of campus at like 12 in the morning, 1 in the morning, and so on. Okay, so moving on from the shared spaces and some of the exterior areas, but staying within the realm of access control, I wanted to talk a little bit about visitor management. So right now, staff are not able to ensure compliance with existing visitor policies. Family members are accessing classrooms with or without checking in with the office, and members of the public use campus areas as a throughway. So this is a separate instance than those individuals that are there to take advantage of the public parks during school hours. These are individuals that are using the campuses to quickly move from one location to another rather than go around the boundary areas. The goal of addressing this concern would be to adopt solutions that improve enforcement capabilities of the visitor policies through both environmental and procedural controls. So an example of an environmental control would be obviously the secured and monitored gates, which are in progress. And then a procedural control would be training for staff on the visitor policy enforcement. You also have some options like clear permanent posting and visitor policies on interior and exterior buildings. Again, it's just like posting these signs on the fields and the other entry points. You want to make it as clear and as obvious as possible so that when staff are approaching the individuals that are not clearly identified as an authorized visitor, that it makes it more difficult to have a concrete conversation about what the policies are and encourage compliance. Another thing that I would suggest is improving the signage to indicate the location of the office. So there are quite a few sites where the office is located nearby the library or the multi-purpose room, multi-use room, or both. And so staff would share information with me about parents and visitors entering into the library or these other spaces looking for the office. In normal operations where the individual visitor doesn't pose a threat or has, positive or good intentions, that's just a mild inconvenience. However, it does present a security vulnerability when there are these alternate entrances and means of entry to the school. Something that would also help with visitor management and enforcement is obvious visitor badges or vests. This is especially, I think, true for sites that have parent visitor programs and volunteer programs. And that would just make it really easy to identify who was a volunteer and who was a visitor that would have the Raptor badge. The other thing that I would suggest, and this is a procedural change, is changing the early dismissal procedures so that parents or guardians are meeting students in the office, because many times right now, the parent or guardian goes in, they sign the student out at the office, and then they meet them in the classroom and either leave with or without checking in at the office. So having students meet the parent or guardian in the office and leave from the office would help with minimizing the foot traffic of visitors in the campus areas. In the thought exchange, a staff member said, I sometimes see unknown adults without the name tag. And a parent said, keep all school doors locked and enter only through the office, because most of the time they're always open and anyone can enter without using the front door. The other thing that would help with visitor management and all of the access control issues would be improving the security of the front office. As it stands right now, the public facing access doors, so that's like the main front doors that people use to enter into the front office, are kept unlocked during school hours. This can pose a security and safety concern because individuals have to be screened once they're already inside the front office. There's a lot of doors inside those front offices that lead into other areas of campus. You have the public announcement system in there where the staff in the office would share that there's an emergency and alert other staff members. And you also have key members of school administration and the emergency response system, so the incident command system, that are located right in that central office area. So my recommendation would be to reduce access to staff in campus by screening individuals before allowing admittance to the front office. So that could be something like a remote operated lock system with good camera capabilities and two-way communication. It's essentially a Ring doorbell. I don't know, you wouldn't necessarily, there's a lot of different brand options, but I just use that as an example so you can get an idea of what I mean when I say a remote operated lock system. And then another option would be an external Raptor station that allows users to input their information, complete the short background check, and have their visitor badge printed out before they even enter into the office. There's also badge entry systems that can be used, such as School Pass, that allow parents and other known visitors to be able to badge into the office and bypass the screening process. So these are different things that can be used in combination in order to make it faster and easier for the front office to screen visitors effectively before they enter into that area. Comments about the front office: a staff member said gates are propped open by the staff because that is the only way to access the front office. And students said automatically lock the doors from the office. Okay, so moving in a completely different direction, now we're looking at emergency equipment and in particular fire sprinkler systems. During the assessment, it was noted that classrooms and office spaces are not equipped with fire sprinkler systems. This means that evacuation has to occur at a very rapid pace, and it also increases the likelihood of personal injury or damage to property during a fire. The recommendation in this case would be to reduce the severity of fires by installing fire sprinkler systems in all campus areas. Now, some of the MURs, the auditoriums and buildings that were built or remodeled in the last few years do have the sprinklers, but the goal would be for all classrooms and office and campus areas to have them as well. Emergency equipment continued. Now we're looking at emergency postings. So these are going to be things like your at-a-glance procedures and your evacuation maps. These items are present in the classroom in the emergency backpacks, but they're not necessarily going to be readily accessible to individuals that are not familiar with those procedures or with the classroom itself. It's best practice to make those procedures and the evacuation routes available to all visitors, students, and substitutes so that they can find them easily. So our recommendation would be that they're posted by the front door, or by the main door of the classroom from the inside, so that way they can be easily seen by individuals that are not always in that classroom. The next thing would be earthquake drills. Our recommendation is to add an additional earthquake or drop, cover, and hold drill because there's currently only one drill that is planned each year, and California Ed Code section 32282 A2BI requires that one earthquake drill be accomplished per quarter for elementary schools and one per semester for secondary schools. The next component is going to be looking at district and site safety plans. So sites do a very good job in developing and working on their emergency plans, but they do need support to ensure that the plans are updated promptly and that the protocols and procedures are standardized from one site to another. There's also opportunities for growth in terms of distributing the plans and conducting training in a uniform way across the district. The goal here would be to improve site emergency response capabilities with effective training and planning, emphasizing challenging and high likelihood situations. So some of the opportunities for expanding on the current existing safety protocols would be allergic reactions, emergencies during arrival and departure, off-campus evacuations, staff attendance during emergencies. So how are we collecting and monitoring staff attendance? And then also emergencies that might occur during field trips. In the thought exchange, parents said that providing a stimulation of the safety procedures and share with parents and the community, since these individuals do not participate in the drills. They also mentioned proactively communicating about safety plans and procedures. Students said, in case of a dangerous intruder or related emergency, there's not too many places to hide. There are quite a few places to hide, but that indicates to me that additional training needs to be conducted so that students are more aware of the situational opportunities. Students also said, I think we should have more privacy like blinds on windows. I also thought there should be a self-defense unit in PE. So I bring those to your attention because I wanted to showcase how students are concerned about these procedures and about emergency preparedness. And I believe that there are growth opportunities within the district in order to increase incorporation in a developmentally appropriate and trauma-sensitive way to increase participation with students in emergency preparedness. Site safety committees. So as of right now, sites do not have a dedicated safety committee, although some site councils regularly delegate and perform duties related to safety. I believe that it would be a tremendous benefit to the district in order to establish site safety committees so that they can address a wider range of issues and develop specialized knowledge. Some of the opportunities and areas of focus could be addressing occupational health concerns, including certificated and classified staff. It's also an opportunity to invite external stakeholders and to collaborate at the neighborhood level with emergency responders and CERT representatives. Emergency notification systems is another component of emergency procedures and protocols. There's a great emergency notification system that is established for use at the district level, and sites also have access to it, but they do not have a strong understanding of how to operate and what the capabilities of this ENS emergency notification system are. I think that this is an important step in terms of building out the emergency preparedness because this allows sites to be able to take charge of their communication in the event that the district communications department is not available to assist in an emergency. The goal would be to increase site response capabilities by providing training on the emergency notification system. And some of these training topics would include basic principles of emergency communication, system characteristics and operation, as well as how to access contact lists and use the appropriate templates. The final component of emergency procedures and protocols focuses on CERT, which are community emergency response teams. The city of Mountain View has established many different CERT groups within each of the different neighborhoods, and I feel like this is a missed opportunity in terms of utilizing these CERT individuals and teams within the planning and training process. The goal would be to to coordinate community-wide emergency response plans in partnership with the CERT representatives. These could be things like joint training opportunities, coordinated response plans, and then also site-based ambassador programs. This would improve the response capabilities of the individual sites and the district as a whole by increasing the cohesiveness of external and internal emergency response efforts. Mental health. So mental health and student well-being is something that was present as an overarching theme throughout the assessment. One of the recommendations that we are putting forth is that a hotline for anonymous reporting is developed and implemented. At this moment, students and staff do not have a method for anonymously reporting safety and security concerns. This is particularly important in middle schools, and it is also valuable in increasing documentation to ensure follow-up. The goal would be to improve prevention using the anonymous reporting method. And some of the ways of going about this could be as simple as a Google form with a QR code, widgets, and links that students and staff can access. There's also options for app-based systems such as Say Something or Vector LiveSafe, excuse me. And then there are helpline services such as Safe School Helpline. This also could be useful in conversations around how to address and support efforts to mitigate and reduce bullying instances and other things of that nature. In the thought exchange, staff said, "We are losing more and more students to other schools since we have no consequences for negative behavior. Many students tell me they are bullied. Many students at the middle school only go to the bathroom in pairs because they are concerned about running into other people who might harass them. Students say people at school constantly see kids vaping and doing other things, especially in the bathrooms. It makes people feel really unsafe. Make teachers be more aware of the bullying that takes place at school. Parents say keep an eye out for bullying and address it seriously. Students, staff, and parents should be able to confidently report safety concerns." So obviously, a hotline is not going to address all of the prevention and response that is needed in order to reduce the types of concerns that are represented in the thought exchange, but it is an important tool for gathering information, for tracking response efforts, and for encouraging individuals to report concerns when they have hesitations related to their identity being disclosed. Continuing on with the theme of mental health is also looking at capabilities surrounding behavioral threat assessment and crisis response. At this point in time, the functions of the behavioral threat assessment team and the crisis response teams are carried out informally at all schools. This results in capacity and training not being uniform across the sites. Teams also rely heavily on limited personnel who are not present on site. And the sites have varying levels of understanding and experience with external partnering organizations. The goal is to improve the effectiveness of the behavioral threat assessment teams and the crisis response teams, as well as increase support for staff through the establishment of formalized teams. The benefits of the BTAT and CRTs when they are formalized is that they are able to adopt a multidisciplinary approach because they are staffed by a variety of different individuals, so certificated teachers, counselors, the ARIS, maybe even the school community outreach worker. It also allows dedicated time and resources to be used for specializing training and meeting on a regular basis to discuss a broad range of concerns and conduct the behavioral threat assessment. It decreases the reliance on off-site staff by increasing the capabilities of on-site staff in terms of immediate response planning. And it also allows for the creation of formalized systems of non-disciplinary long-term monitoring that can be put in place post-intervention to increase levels of student and staff support. In the thought exchange, concerns that were related to the BTAT and CRT from staff included supporting teachers when they have students with at-risk behavior with extra support. Unsafe situations happen when support teams do not listen to teachers asking for support for themselves and for students. Students said we need more education on mental health and less just be positive and everything will be okay. Parents said, I think the most likely safety threat to a student is another student at the school, not an external threat. Detection of and intervention in mental health crisis to prevent suicide. Suicide by firearm, suffocation, or drugs is a leading cause of death in children and adolescents. So again, in order to address these concerns, a multifaceted, multi-pronged approach is going to be required. However, I think that the behavioral threat assessment teams and the crisis response teams can be a critical tool in addressing some of these concerns. All right, and that concludes my presentation for the evening, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
So just real quick, just because we didn't do the presentation beforehand. So first, Liz and her team from Jaffe, I just want to thank them for doing this, and sort of giving us an outsider's view of the school district. One of the things I talked about both at DAC as well as with the safety committee yesterday or 2 days ago, is that context matters. And so while there's a lot of great recommendations in here, some of these are contextual. And so we just need to take that into account, which is why the first thing that we're doing now is, now that we have the report, staff is compiling a list of some of the changes that we are already making based off of the information that we've heard. So for instance, Dr. Westover is already working on the installation of vaping monitors. Is actually a big thing that's taking place at a lot of elementary school districts right now, at middle schools and high schools. And so we're looking to install those, but we want to come back with a comprehensive list of all the things that we're actually doing. And we plan on presenting those to the actual safety committee and bringing those up and saying, here are the things that we are. And then the safety committee's task, as I said at the outset, before we got this contract and did the audit, was for them to sort of talk and discuss what are the things that we need to focus in on, and then to make recommendations to me, which I can then bring back to the board. And of course, we'll take those to all stakeholders. With that said, the purpose of today is really for you to ask whatever questions that you feel are necessary so that you get a better contextual understanding from what Liz and her team saw. And then also, if you could just provide us with thoughts about areas that you would like us to focus on. Like I said, we have a lot of big items, but when we bring recommendations back, I at least want to make sure that we address the things that you feel like are big. I can tell you each group that I've talked with is focused on something different. So for instance, Trustee Blake knows DAC focused a lot primarily on mental health and bullying and provided a lot of insight there. The safety committee switched their focus and focused on the actual physical plant a little bit more. And I would suspect other groups will focus on different things, and that's, because everybody's viewing this from a different perspective. But we also want to make sure that we're attuned to what your needs are and sort of the things that you're expecting for us to address. So if you could you don't have to dive into a very specific thing, but just say, these are some of the areas that sort of stood out to me as I read the report, or as I looked at the thought exchange, that you would like to make sure that are included when we bring back the final recommendation of things that we'll have. Some of these will be short-term, some will be long-term. And again, there are things that we are already working on or have been working on that we'll make sure that we include also so that we address them.
Thank you very much. Trustees, any clarifying questions before we jump into our comments and feedback? Trustee Chang?
Thank you. Just one question. Some of the quotes in the presentation, I couldn't find it in the PDF that was provided of the, I guess the PDF, the thought exchange were excerpts. And because some of the quotes are not, actually, quite a few of the quotes are not in the excerpts for the staff, students, and parents. Is there a copy of the full thought exchange so we can see like the quotes that were selected for the slides and all the quotes are provided by the community? Thank you.
Dr. Rudolph or Ms. Rupert?
Ms. Osmond, we have a more detailed one. Is that right?
Yeah, of course. Yes, we could provide that. The comments typically are the ones that were highest ranked, but you can slice and dice by category. So that's probably why there are some differences.
Trustees, any other questions? Yes, Trustee Conley.
I apologize if I missed this in the presentation and report. Did we look at all at, I know our volunteering process is something that actually is very much tied up with safety, the certification that we do. Is that included in here anywhere? The fingerprinting,
It's not because those are required by state law. So it's more, I think what was brought up was the badging process, which was new this year for us, and making sure that individuals adhere to it. But the actual fingerprinting and TB testing and everything else, that's more, those are just requirements. Similar to apparently, we missed it. The state passed a new requirement for us to do more earthquake drills. And unbeknownst to us, right? Like we didn't know, so we need to add that in there.
and then I had one more question about the crisis response teams. And I'm trying not to cross my streams here. So I'm on a neighborhood association locally as well. And we've been working on our CERT team for years, and it's very, very hard to have a CERT team as a neighborhood association. There's only a few in Mountain View that are actually effective, have equipment, and practice regularly. And there are many neighborhoods that have no CERT teams whatsoever. So trying to coordinate those with the school district is a great thing, except that it is very sporadic whether or not they exist and what level they're at throughout the city. But that's different. The CERT CERT is what I'm talking about, and that's different from the CRTs. So crisis response team versus community emergency response teams. It's a little confusing, but just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, and I think one other thing just about fingerprinting, and then so we are looking at ways to sort of streamline it and make it a little bit easier, and we will bring that back. And then the second thing is just in terms of the crisis response team, and Liz can chime in if I mistook this, but I think it's really about standardizing, having a standard operating practice in the event that there's an actual crisis. And so right now, either you've experienced it and so you respond in a particular way, or if you're new, you call someone and you try to respond in the best way possible. And so what we need to do is formalize that actual process, including how we look at a threat assessment and making sure that the questions are sort of standardized. And I know like a mental health provider will ask a series of questions and sort of have a checklist, but we don't necessarily have one. And so we need to, we have some, but we need to codify it into one crisis response team that can respond and then actually assign people.
And then for actually coordinating with the CER teams through the city, I would ask that we actually pull from the city department. It's run through the fire department, where they actually have CERT teams that exist, because it really is spotty. And so it's not something that every school can do. And they're just they're neighborhood volunteers that are doing it. So I don't know that that's something we want to rely on as an organization.
For the ones that do have CERT teams, they either store their stuff on our campus or they're very active. And I think we do work the best we can, but our emergency planning doesn't necessarily, it incorporates them if they're there, but it also takes into account that they may not be.
Trustee Liebert.
Yes, I realize you can't give everything in a short report like this, but did you take a look at the transition of kids, coming to school, being transported to school, and then after school? I understand a lot of things can happen, during those two transition periods.
Can you clarify?
Well, just let's say kids getting to school, on the buses, on the cars, crossing streets, parents and children waiting for, to be picked up, and maybe lingering too long in front of the school before getting into school.
Yes, so traffic concerns and so pedestrian walkway patterns, crosswalk signage, the structure and the setup of the drop off and the pickup, those were all examined. And there are sites that stood out in terms of having particular concerns, that would be Graham, Landals, Stevenson in particular, Tarakoff. On the summary report, there are breakdowns of the high priorities for each site. And so
Right, yeah.
those sites that it conclude, if there were observations made with regards to safety concerns around drop off, pickup, and the congregation of students after school or before school, that's where that information would be stored. But that is something that we did note. There were limitations in terms of what we could observe and evaluate in the areas beyond the school's boundaries. But we did evaluate traffic patterns and pedestrian safety and bicycle safety inside each of the school boundaries.
Yeah, thank you.
Mhm.
Trustee Conley, you have a follow-up question?
So I'm surprised hearing that there is nothing in here about the pedestrian, bicycle access and car access to Castro, because from Latham Street, which is the main thoroughfare that people turn off of, there's almost no signage that there's a school. There's pedestrians trying to cross the street, that there's no crosswalk. There's, cars coming through for 3 different school programs. There's pedestrians going to 4 different school programs. So I don't want to assume that all of the traffic issues are covered in this report, if that's okay, as a team. And I know that's something that we're working with the city on the safe routes to school.
Okay.
I'm completely open to that. That is something that I would be happy to return and reevaluate if that's a particular site of interest that needs a second look. These are also going to be contingent upon, in terms of the traffic pattern evaluation, upon the days that we were there and the particular arrival and departure times that were observed. So it could be something that would be worth doing sampling on several different days.
Okay, if there are no further questions from the trustees, then we will move on to public comments. If you're a member of the public, and you would like to comment on this issue, you can raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Okay, seeing as there are none, trustees, some final comments and maybe answering Dr. Rudolph's questions for some guidance. Trustee Chang.
Thank you. In response to Superintendent's question, I appreciate the work that Jaffe put into the presentation. I'm concerned about some of the premises they make. The first part of the presentation presented the crime statistics for Mountain View and said that Mountain View's crime was 18% higher than the national average, and that violent crime was 7% higher in California, in Mountain View than the California average. And it doesn't match any of the statistics I find from all the other reputable sources. It doesn't match. I actually think they're wrong. And I think that skews that distorts our whole narrative about what our threats are. From every reputable statistic I find, Mountain View is actually about half the average, other than property crime. In some places, over a quarter of the average. It's nowhere above the average, and I think that skews the recommendations we're getting. I thought the most important, most useful thing in this whole process was the thought exchange, and the thought exchange presented that the real threat our students and families are saying is bullying. They're not feeling safe at school, not from external threats, but from internal issues. And I will have a presentation in a moment about SEL, but I taught at a school in New York City that had all the recommendations they had. We had a police department in our building. We had metal detectors. We had cameras in every hallway. And it's a Seward Park High School, and there's 6 schools in the building. And every floor, there was a different sense of safety, even though they had all the equipment that Jaffe was presenting. Because every school had a different sense of safety, because some schools had a strong social emotional program, treated children with dignity, students were seen as individuals. That's what makes the school feel safe. I'm concerned that the one place that bullying was presented was about talking about a hotline. We don't need a hotline. The thought exchange already tells us we have bullying in our schools. We need programs. I get a little emotional about this because I like the thought exchange. I feel like kids are crying out for that's what they're really asking us to focus on, not more this kind of like, in my mind, it's kind of like this police state mentality that I'm concerned about. What we're paying attention to on the board, you know, I feel like I would hope that we proportionally spend more attention on the bullying and less on these external threats that, you know, the one incident that a child died in our district, and it's actually it shocked me how quickly it's come up, and, you know, we're hinting on it, but the student at Graham who died, tomorrow is going to be the anniversary when he was fatally hit by a car. And that was a year ago. It's March 17th. That's tomorrow. So if we're worried about our kids, it's cars on the streets that our kids are dodging, not bullets and intruders. And I just think this whole presentation is this kind of, I don't mean to be flippant or disrespectful, but like, I don't think that it's hitting the tone. So if the superintendent's asking for feedback, I think we're in many ways, I feel this presentation, you know, it justifies a lot of our facility bond spending, but it's not responding to what the thought exchange is saying. It's not responding to the statistics of where we actually had kids who died in our district. And so like, if this is about a safety, I would hope that we have a presentation that focuses on bullying, traffic safety, the things that our community says is happening with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Chang. Trustee Blakely.
Thank you. I don't know that I feel quite as strongly as Trustee Chang does, but I was going to say that the things that I'm most interested in focusing on, like DAC, were bullying and mental health. I think a lot of the infrastructural suggestions, we've already done a fair amount, and some of that is just fine tuning, like the gates and the fences. And so I think we should continue to, you know, fine tune those a little bit. But, you know, some of the suggestions, I think we've already run into a lot of issues with the community. And so it's kind of a matter of balance in terms of how accessible are the campuses, and like more lighting. We're going to have the environmental people saying it's really bad for birds, and, you know, and wildlife. So it probably is. And I think when we've installed things, we've tried to strike a balance between, you know, legitimately protecting the safety of, especially like teachers working after, you know, hours, or just people on campus, with the neighbors don't want bright lights. It's not good for the wildlife. And I think we should continue to strike that balance, but I don't want to get too carried away. I do want to focus more on the bullying and the mental health. And as Trustee Chang suggested, I think there's some other ways that approach it a little bit differently. It's not just a security thing, although Dr. Rudolph's point about these response teams, was it the hazard response, no, behavioral threat assessment, and the crisis response team, standardizing some of the process and questions and things. It's always helpful to have procedures and process. And, you know, some of that can be site driven, but I think it would be helpful if we had more standardized kinds of procedures, at least for them to start with. And then, you know, they could kind of tailor them a little bit at different campuses where the needs were a little different. For example, it might be different at the middle schools than it is at the elementary schools. But, you know, I do appreciate the analysis. I'm glad that we are reviewing all these things, but I don't think we need to, you know, make this look like a, you know, a military ship or something like that. But I do appreciate it, and thank you for. I mean, you spent hours and hours and hours visiting these campuses and making these recommendations, and that's helpful. Sometimes you need to go through that process to say, yeah, we're okay. There's more we could do. We could do all this other stuff, but this is enough for us. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Lambert.
Just to follow up on Trustee Chang's sort of comment. I also was a little bit surprised about the conclusion that Mountain View was a high crime rate area. So I actually looked a little bit more carefully at the data you presented, and I noticed that in the heat map that the areas of the highest crime in Mountain View were in North Bayshore and in Castro Street. Both of these sites are sort of destination centers. They draw people in from all over the Bay Area for, you know, entertainment and things like this. So, you know, I don't want to jump to conclusions, but it suggests to me that the crime isn't necessarily originating here. It's happening at sort of large events and large massings of people. So to me, that I would look a little more carefully at that data and why it's like that, not necessarily draw the conclusion that we're in such a high crime rate area.
Yes, trustee.
Thank you, President Berman.
Thank you.
Moving down the line. Well, I appreciate the report, and the summary document is useful in that it breaks out physical and environmental recommendations versus health versus psychological and social emotional recommendations. So I think, one of the things that's very obvious here is that when we talk about safety, this is a huge bucket. And I think what we're hearing is that there are different things in that bucket that, as Dr. Rudolph is asking us for, we find a varying of importance or maybe urgency at this moment. I think that, we all respond, especially to student comments about how they feel at school and their climate. And so I agree with my fellow trustees that that's something that I definitely want to address. I think one of the hard things about bullying is the term ends up being used for any type of conflict that students encounter with their peers, when often it isn't actually bullying, because bullying involves a different power dynamic. But it's about conflict and conflict resolution and feeling unsafe because there are conflicts and kids don't know how to solve them. And there is bullying happens too, but I think the two get conflated a lot because understanding the different terms can be challenging. So I agree with my fellow trustees that that's something that's a big focus, but I think it falls more under social emotional learning, restorative practices, discipline practices, community building, relationship building, how we're working with our teachers on trauma-informed instruction and their training around that and their emotional regulation and resilience, as well as our students' emotional regulation and resilience. So I think that's like a whole big other piece, and I would welcome, a presentation in the future that's more focused on that, where we can really dive in because it concerns all of us. At the same time, there's some nuts and bolts here that are just basics that we need to be doing. I have been on a campus when there's been a domestic incident in the neighborhood and somebody has run away from the incident when police were called with the gun and run into the neighborhood and through the campus or past the campus. And I've been in lockdowns as a teacher with a room full of kindergartners where you squeeze them into a bathroom. My child in this district has also been in lockdowns because of similar situations in our community. So it does exist. It's different than, you're right, than the Castro Street crime, the thefts that are happening there, the things that happen in the evenings. Sometimes there's some incidents as people are clearing out at bars or, what happens down at Shoreline Amphitheater. That's a whole different category of incidents, but we do have things that arise on our campuses. Unfortunately, it's a reality, and teachers have to deal with that. And having been a teacher with those precious 4 and 5-year-olds, trying to shove 25 of them into a bathroom and close the windows and lock the doors, I do want to make sure that our campuses are safe because that is a reality. So I don't want to throw all of this out, but I agree that like the tone is a little jarring and off-putting with how we envision our community locally, and I think a lot of us feel very safe here. So I think we need to keep doing the nuts and bolts around facilities, but I'm not interested in, for example, hiring a third-party security team to come onto our campuses. I mean, that's not that much different than having police on campus, and that's not something I really want to see either, because I don't think that is good for students' mental health in the long run. I think we have to kind of parse this and move forward on one hand with the nuts and bolts facilities, access, a lot of things that are legal liabilities as well, we just have to do. And then I'd love to see us bring back more about school climate and supports for students that we can really dive into.
Thank you, everybody. I am in line with everything that has been brought up. by my fellow trustees. I also dove into the source of the data when it came to crime, and it sounds like whether it's, petty theft or, something larger, it like sort of gets grouped together. So then you end up with this result. And I know that I heard a lot about, package theft, bike theft because they were left out, that car break-ins, things being stolen out of cars and trucks and equipment. I heard a lot of that over the last couple of years. So I imagine that's why that number is inflated. However, I know that, our school should be prepared for any type of emergency, because that's the smart thing to do. I was really focused on sort of thinking about what I would like to emphasize, and it does go, back to what the thought exchange shared, which was in the presentation that was created by the district, which was, just the students, what the students were saying, which was, attention around the mental health, the bullying, the bad behavior. So I completely agree that I think that that's really what I'd like to emphasize in working through those things, and I'm a big supporter and fan of the restorative practices of restorative justice. I think that needs to come with a high level of expertise, because if it is not done well, if it's not executed well, we would have been better off not having it at all. So it could really backfire. And I've heard many stories across many districts and schools where that has happened. So I just need us to also be aware of that we need to proceed with caution there and hopefully find the expertise if that's something that we want to do. I know that there are communities that have the emergency response teams that are, really well formed, well developed. And I think that if we have a school in a community that has that team, it could be a huge benefit to the school if there were ever a really large emergency, to know who in that neighborhood they can contact for support. So, I would be curious to hear about that, if that's potentially something that we can do to work with our neighborhoods. Yes, Trustee King.
Thank you. Just a brief comment for superintendent for feedback on the thoughts change. There are a lot of mentioning about the restrooms in the schools, and I just want to kind of tie it back to the security. And that, in my opinion, that if security comes from like a sense of human dignity on campus, and that kind of is a core foundation for SEL. So to the degree, if indeed the restrooms are in the conditions that are reported in the thought exchange, I think it's something that we should urgently look into. And that's, students have responsibility there too, right? The part of the SEL program is involving kids about why is the restroom so messy, or, I know, and part of it, if it's related to drugs, education there. But then with the students, I think it's something that does need to be addressed, because if you have bathrooms that don't show dignity to the children, you will see more bullying, because they just don't see themselves in that way if we're not treating them that way.
Yes, Trustee Conley.
Thank you. Building off of that, Trustee Chang, I agree. A lot of when we've seen damage at school property, for example, sometimes it's been tied to these TikTok challenges and social media challenges that kids are picking up and carrying out at school, like when they're pulling off all the soap dispensers, for example, or damaging toilets and things like that. So I don't know if I don't see anything here about kind of the role, the way some of these challenges are being spread via social media. Maybe it's in the behavioral threat assessment, Dr. Rudolph, is where that would fall. But that's not really a piece that I see in here, is kind of the role of the internet and social media, and how that, at least when we had that kind of state of things happening, it was based off of a TikTok challenge. So I'm curious about that.
The one last thing I just wanted to emphasize too was, also the pedestrian safety being something to focus on in sort of the arrival and departure to school. So I know that was brought in there, but that's definitely something that I think we need to pay some close attention to make sure that, kids are arriving to their classrooms safely and their parents are walking home in a safe way too.
Just riffing off of that, you mentioned that there were several schools where it was more challenging, the drop-off process, and presumably there's some schools where it's better run. That may have something to do with the configuration of the way students that come in cars or the parking lot. But I'd love to kind of look at best practices, like, look at it across campuses and see if we could use some of the good stuff to help some of the ones that have challenges.
Okay. Dr. Rudolph, do you have enough information from the board?
I do. I just want to point out the backdrop of this was Uvalde. So which is almost a year ago also, right? And so I think there is a balance between both, right? That there is, because obviously in the school shootings that we've seen, there's been incidents of bullying, and the Department of Justice, the FBI, and and Homeland Security have all noted like the most likely shooter is going to be someone who's experienced it, right? But at the same time, there are things that you have to do in order to prevent or to provide additional seconds for kids to get away. So I do think it's a balance of both. And so we'll definitely take a look into it, and we can bring a lot of these back and discuss. Obviously, our MOT team is already talking about, and I discussed this in the safety committee, that they're already making changes to the way that they're doing sanitary approaches. And so, but it's a holistic approach. Obviously, traffic and safety matter too. So I'm not trying to downplay it, but what I would hate to say is that we ignore one thing because it's not an issue right now, and then we see it show up someplace else. And I don't think Joffrey was trying to insinuate that this is a dangerous community. I think they were just simply highlighting that this is what the crime statistics say, whether we agree with it or not. I mean, nobody pointed to the number of child molesters that were listed that were focused on one part of the community versus another, right? So I think there's a lot of different things that we just need to take into account. But what I do hear clearly is that traffic, bullying, are clearly in threat assessments are really where the board would like its focus to be. And at the same time, I do believe that there are some logistical items that we have to take care of, vaping monitors. We just had an incident at Lando's where about 20 kids were on campus after hours and they were caught on camera, right? And so, securing that campus after hours, similar to like how other things are, I think these are things that we just have to address. And so we can't do all of those. And what I also want to take away from y'all is that don't be so heavy-handed that it appears that you're solely focused on one at the extent of the other, right? That there has to be a fine line that's drawn between all of them. You want to save campus, but you also don't want it to feel like a military state. You want people to know that they're safe, but at the same time, you want them to feel welcome and then know that they're part of the community. So we'll come back with some recommendations. We'll work with the safety committee. We'll run it through all of the groups and talk about what we can do and then sort of bring that back. And I think at the end of the year, when we bring those recommendations, you can, if there's something else that you would like to dive deeper into after we bring back the recommendations, we can, at the start of the year, bring those sort of back so that you can have more in-depth focus as well.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rupert. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to extend tonight's meeting?
Yes, but the question is how late? I mean, is this really going to take, we've got 2 more hours worth of stuff. I can't stay that late.
Can we abbreviate the presentations? The information's on the PDF. They've been read.
Staff is going to abbreviate them as to the best of their ability. So all 3 are well aware that they need to speak quick and move fast.
We keep abbreviating wellness and language learners. And so I'm like, I think we need to give them the hour, but I would be hopeful that on another agenda or the next time they come up that they could get their, fair share.
Yes, absolutely.
So I propose that we extend the meeting until 11 o'clock.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. On a motion made by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Vice President Conley, we will extend our meeting until 11 o'clock. Okay, moving on we are now in review and action, our 2022-2023 second interim report with Dr. Westover.
Good evening, trustees. Let me share my screen. I also have Nadia Pongo here, who's going to be presenting with me. All right. So tonight we'll be presenting the second interim and then also getting feedback on a few items. Some of these slides look very familiar to the board, so I'm going to skip through these. Our strategic plan and our resolution on having a balanced general fund. We normally talk about the process for second interim, but we do this every year, so I'm going to move past this. Our budget adoption process, restricted and unrestricted revenue and reserves, and then on to where we are for our general fund. I'm also going to skip these bullet points. These are just highlights that have fed into what is bringing us up to our second interim, some of the highlights that have impacted it. And then I'm going to pass it over to Nadia. Nadia, are you able to unmute?
Yes, I'm able to unmute. Thank you,
Okay.
Westover. So I will go over the unrestricted and the restricted general fund. And for the unrestricted programs, we are projecting a net increase of $106,000. For restricted programs, we are projecting a net increase of $1.8 million. For restricted programs, I want to mention this is for the one-time grants, the revenue that we are collecting this year and will be spending in the years out. The net increase combined is 1.9 million, and this brings our reserve level to 28.6%. So here we have the multi-year projection for the general fund for the current year and the 2 years out. As I mentioned, the current year we are projecting the 28.6%. For the year 2, we are projecting a net decrease of 7.5 million. Please note here we are taking in consideration the 4% salary increase agreement with employee organizations as well as the stepping column. This would give us a 23.06% level reserve level. In the year 3, we are projecting a 7.1 net decrease with a reserve level of 17.11%.
We also wanted to talk through a little bit about where we are for property tax growth. So this is really our bread and butter of what makes up our budget and our revenue. Our property tax is roughly 50% residential and 50% commercial. And you'll notice here we are in March, we track what the growth looks like, and we are at 3.65% for AP growth.
Other key assumptions is that we updated the AP growth, the property tax to 9.8% in the year out, when we are using 3% in the year 23-24 and 2% 24-25. We have removed the shoreline revenue, and Dr. Westover will go in more detail regarding that topic. For benefit rates, we use the school services.org for the multi-year projection. STIRS is 19.10% in the next 2 years out. For PERS is 27 for year 2 and 28.10 in year 3. And to give you an idea what the cost is for STIRS, about 7 million. For PERS, 3.5 million for the year 22-23. Possible adjustments is as we progress to the year or we're closing, it is possible the assessment growth increases, so this will be increasing our reserve level. We're also may be applicable to receive a reimbursement for transportation program. And here are some of the projections we have for TK in the next couple of years. Other funds, we also have a screenshot or a summary of other funds. For the preschool this year, we are projecting to make a contribution of $484,000. And also I want to bring your attention to the Special Reserves Fund 40 for capital projects, a contribution for $4 million in preparation for future student growth. Back
So
to Westover. Thank you.
talk through a few considerations for the future. So Dr. Rudolph had a whole presentation on this during our last meeting about the overall growth across Mountain View that will be coming into our district. This is also looking again at that table that Dr. Rudolph shared last board meeting and the number of students we're expecting both at our elementary school and at our middle school. I think what's important to note is no matter the number, what we believe our student generation rate is going to be, whichever rate we choose to use, it's clear that we will have more students coming into our district. The Shoreline, we currently have a JP agreement that pays less than 40% of MVWSDs and MVLAs assigned tax increments. So this year, our payout was 5.3 versus the 13.9 million that would typically come to us. So several slides earlier, I showed a history or where we are for our AV growth. Really, this tax increment is how we pay for all of our ongoing expenses. It's how we pay for teacher salaries. It's how we pay for paper. So tax revenue is used for operational costs. Without the RDA, MVWSD would have $3,000 more per student to spend. So down below is a chart that we also shared during the last board meeting. So if we don't receive funds from Shoreline, why we're talking about this as part of our second interim, for now, we don't need to make cuts. But as more students come into the district from all over Mountain View, we'll need to start to make some decisions on programs that we would like to keep. We would need to make decisions on programs to ensure that we have teachers in classrooms because we won't be able to pay for it all. Extras like RTI, SCEFs at risk, and teacher coaching may not be possible. The only way to avoid these cuts in the future is for the district to receive its full tax increment from the Shoreline area. So just to reiterate, we don't need any current action. And to put it in perspective a little bit, if we stopped using paper, we would save 0.1% of our budget. I think oftentimes when we think about the operations of a district, we think what are we able to reduce? And really when it comes down to it, over 80% of our budget is people because we are in the people business. Now where we're going to be asking the board for some direction. So we're asking for some guidance on Prop 28 funds. These funds will be ongoing. Prop 28 funding is outside of the LCFF formula, so it'll be provided to basic aid districts. I know sometimes when we hear about new monies coming to districts, most of the time it doesn't hit basic aid districts like us because we are funded differently. However, because this is outside the LCFF formula, it will be coming to us. It's based on enrollment with 70% based on overall enrollment and 30% based on Title I enrollment. Schools must spend 80% of the money on teachers and aides, with the remainder of the funds earmarked for art supplies and materials. The funds are not easy to spend without dipping into our general fund. And I'll have a table that I'll show you why that is. Currently, funds are site-based and will require a plan. Districts are unclear if the plan can be written with sites or if each site will need a plan at this point. So at this time, we're looking for clarification regarding the requirements. And there are also supplement, not supplant rules in place, which means if we are paying for something currently, it means we can't use these funds to replace what we're already spending. So this is the table that I was speaking about earlier, because everything is based on enrollment and at the school site. So for example, when we're looking at this table, we have our enrollment funding, our low income funding for our total funding. Then we take 80% of that, of our total funding, which means that this 80% needs to be spent on salaries and benefits. So the estimated FTE for a teacher would be 0.26. Now, we can't hire a 0.26 teacher. It's very difficult for us to hire full-time teachers and impossible for us to hire a 0.26 teacher. So typically that would require us to round up to a part-time teacher. If we rounded up for the part-time teachers, we would end up needing to hire 7 teachers. The total number of teachers that Prop 28 would pay for is actually only 3.29 teachers. So this is where we were talking about that it's difficult to spend the money without dipping into the general fund. So we're lucky to have CSMA art and music for our elementary schools, which is funded by MVEF. Hiring stable part-time teachers is almost impossible at the elementary level. Part-time teachers at the middle school may be an option. Currently, elementary teachers are required to be in the classroom during art and music. Some teachers and principals do not want more art and music during the school day because of the impact to instructional time. Some other considerations, there could be an option to pursue after-school art and music as part of ELOP. Using an outside organization would allow more flexibility during the year and would allow more flexibility as the funding changes. Hiring full-time teachers will have an impact on the general fund because we will need to pay for the cost to round up to make an employee full-time. So this was for Prop 28 for art and music. And now I'm going to switch over to speaking about the art, music, and instructional materials discretionary block grant. And this is one-time funding. So this is one-time funding allocated to districts to mitigate the impact of COVID. It can be used for anything that addresses the impact of COVID. Early literacy instruction is a need identified by our data. Staff is proposing that the $2.8 million that comes from this grant be used in conjunction with $3.6 million from the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant to fund a director of literacy and 6 teachers to focus on early literacy, specifically at the schools where there are lower levels of literacy, which are Montaloma, Therakoff, Castro, and Mistral. The team of teachers would provide early literacy support to students for 5 years or until 27-28. After 5 years, the program would end, or we could choose to continue it using the general fund. It's important to note that the governor's January budget identified this grant as a potential spot for reductions due to the passage of 28. If the budget is reduced, it may shorten the length of the program or the number of teachers that we hire. So we're asking for the board's feedback tonight on these 2 items. For Prop 28 funds, would the board like staff to pursue using an outside organization to support after-school art and music as part of ELOP? And then for the art, music, and instructional materials block grant, would the board like staff to pursue an early literacy team using grant funds? And then these are our next steps. Board questions and discussion. We would recommend the approval of the 22-23 second interim budget report as presented, and then we'll be back in front of you for budget development, our budget hearing and adoption.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Trustees, any clarifying questions? Yes, Trustee Blakely.
Yes, I have a clarifying question about the staffing for Prop 28. That chart was on page 27 of the deck. Had a lot of schools that would have like a quarter of a teacher, and then you're saying we have to round up. I'm just wondering, is it possible to hire a teacher that would give classes at 4 schools so that you have like one full-time one or something like that? Or do you have to round up so you have like half-time dedicated to each school?
We could have a teacher that goes from school site to school site. We would need to account and make sure that they spent exactly 0.26. This part is what we are working with the county and the state to understand how do we actually implement this. But you are correct. We could have a teacher roving and we would need to account that they were at that school site that particular amount of time. Okay, I'm just curious. I mean, the after school part sounds interesting too, but I don't know much about it, other than that you're suggesting it. So I know when my kids were at Landals, they did have like CSMA after school choirs and stuff like that. And I think there's like the folkloric dance or some other things that you could probably integrate at a school for art and music that could maybe have some choice depending on the school community, PTA working with the principal or whatever, what that might look like. But I don't know if that's accessible to every kid. And I'd like it to be accessible to as many kids as possible. I know when I was a kid, we did have like a roaming music teacher. I think our kids get a lot more regular music, which is great. And I'm really happy about it than I did. But I know that can also be a model that might work. And just wanted to understand whether it could be possible. Thank you.
Okay. Any other clarifying questions? Yes, Trustee Conley.
So when we look at Prop 28 Prop 28 versus the AMIM discretionary block grant. How much do we anticipate, given the governor is trying to take, I mean, basically the governor wants to take from the AMIM, which is, I know here we wrote it as AMDBG, but at the state level and CDE and state legislature, it's called the AMIM. And discretionary block grant just doesn't get acronyms. But how much do we anticipate the governor's trying to take from AMIM in our district? What would the impact be? Because he's claiming that Prop 28 is going to cover the things that the AMIM was covering.
I think that's a really good question. I don't think we have a good indication yet because there was quite a bit of pushback on his proposal to actually reduce the AMIM because many districts already had plans in place. I don't have an estimate.
Okay,
but in May, we should have a better idea of what it'll look like.
Yeah. Thank you.
Trustee Lambert.
Yeah, so, both of these sound like good ways to use this money. What would you do if you don't, how would you use this money if you don't use it for these programs? Or maybe a different way of asking it is, what, is there anything negative about supporting these programs?
No. For Prop 28, for Prop 28, we are really pretty, what we spend the money on is pretty narrow. It has to be 80% going to support people. For the one-time block grant, it's really very similar to our other COVID funds. And I think what we've tried to be very careful about is using data to drive what our plans are. So I think in this case, looking at how COVID has impacted our students, we definitely see that early literacy is an area that needs focus.
I also think that we're in a fortunate position where we have CSMA embedded in our schools, where some school districts don't. And so I think that puts us in a different place compared to other districts across the state.
Okay. If you're a member of the, we'll move on to public comments. If you're a member of the public and you would like to address the board on this issue, you can raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Okay, seeing as there are none, trustees, can we please respond with our final comments and answer the questions that have been posed? Trustee Chang?
It's just yes to on the question of after school, yes to their early literacy grant. And well, it wasn't a question on the final slide, but earlier they alluded to the potential of possible pursuing that part-time staffing at middle school. And if that's, that would be something I would eagerly, I think, hearing from our music school educators, I think there is a lot of room for possibility there because both Graham and Crinton middle school educators have spoken to the need for extra staffing support. So even though it's not one of the questions, yes to exploring that as well. Thank you.
Okay. Would anyone else like to answer? Yes, Trustee Blakely.
I especially love the early literacy focus for the AM. I don't have the acronyms right, but I think that is, well, like you say, the data is driving it and we need to focus on that. And I can't think of a better way to use that money. And more art and more music is always good. But if it's too complicated to deploy it during this class day, I think after school activities are good too. It's just that some kids can't take advantage of those if they're not like on site for aftercare or working parents or just not everybody will be able to participate. So I'd like to make that as accessible to a broad audience as possible.
Okay. Trustee Conley.
I agree with the literacy focus for the prop. Let's see, the AMIM spending. I appreciate that we're using data to drive that. And I think it's a wise use of our funding. And I will keep advocating at the state level that our AMIM money not get sucked away now that Prop 28 exists. I was fortunate enough to be in meetings with Senator Becker and Assemblymember Berman yesterday, where we talked specifically about this as part of the CSBA Legislative Action Week. And then in regards to Prop 28, it pains me to not fully use whatever pennies we can get. I agree with Trustee Blakely that I'd love for all children to have access to whatever that use is and not to have it only be available after school. But I'm wondering how flexible the definition of art and music is. Could it be something that it funds staff who do, right now we have schools who are using PTA money to pay for assemblies, for example. What if it was staffed as art and music assemblies that each school got on a rotating basis, and the staff for those assemblies, I'm wondering if there are more creative ways about how we could figure out how to take that money and put it to good use. Could art include things like creating video games, which is an art field? Could it include things like theater arts, and it could be about students in literacy class scripting plays, and they could have a specialist brought in on that. What are some, could we do artists in residence? I worked at a school in San Francisco at one point that had an artist in residence program. So could we have some district artists in residence who then served at the school sites doing those assemblies, or doing workshops with students and families? I just hope that we can find a way to use that funding that is accessible to all of our children and not just after school.
Could also be lunchtime. That's another.
Yeah. I'm in full support of, both of those, the questions. Yes, I'm supportive of those things. And if there are other options for that art and music funding, it would be interesting to explore that option for accessibility. And I'm really excited about investing in a literacy specialist or coaches and teachers. I think that would be really impactful for our students that need that extra support, and our teachers who need that extra support with students. And I think, if we can also find that, having that extra staff that's focused on literacy at our early years too, finding ways to continue to support our teachers that are in the classroom, providing all the tier 1 instruction too. So if there's a way that could all sort of trickle down to, or trickle up from our classroom teachers, I think that would be lovely as well. Okay, anybody else? Yes, Trustee Blakely.
May I make a motion that we approve the 2022-2023 second interim budget as presented?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great. On a motion made by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Trustee Chang, the budget has been passed unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we will move on to wellness policy annual goals progress report.
All right, good evening, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to present, and I'll be as brief as I can. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Okay, so this is our second. This is our trimester 2 report, and I'm just going to quickly go over some slides you've seen before. This is our alignment with our strategic plan, and you've seen our wellness policy annual goals. I'll be presenting on the first 3 for this presentation. So quickly looking at our trimester 2 data. The first slide that I want to show you is just our year-over-year attendance comparison. So while we would like to see attendance consistently above 95%, that's that dotted green line, this data shows that the pandemic is having a reduced impact on student absences. So that's really good news for us as we start to compare that year-over-year data, and as we start to emerge from the worst years of the pandemic. This next slide shows behavior incidents, and the next 3 slides will show behavior incidents for the current school year. So as you can see here, this slide simply shows the students with at least 1 behavior incident. And that is, and it compares it to our population as a whole. So as you can see, 13.6% of our students have at least one behavior incident, and 86% of our students have 0 behavior incidents in PowerSchool. So the next slide will focus on that 13.6%. Here, this shows different kinds of incidents by different individual students. So November's written report had included specific behavior reporting codes. In this particular chart, I've combined like categories to create a concise summary. I want to point out that the kind of behavior with the highest number of involved students is physical violence. That includes anything from pushing or shoving to more serious incidents like major fights. The second most common behavior is inappropriate behavior, which would include anything like nonviolent behaviors like defiance or profanity. Here you see the different locations of behavior incidents. Most of our behaviors happen outside of the classroom. 30% happens inside the classroom, but most of those behaviors happen in settings like recess or lunch, where students have to navigate peer relationships and different situations with more independence than in a classroom where there's a smaller adult ratio. This highlights the importance of SEL supports like Sown to Grow, which I'm going to talk about next. So we are in our first year of implementing Sown to Grow for students in TK through 5th grade. And so students in TK through 5th grade participate in weekly emotional check-ins, and then students in grades 3 through 5 also complete a weekly written reflection, and they complete a twice per year SEL survey. Sown to Grow check-ins take student reflections to give us site and district level insights. Here you can see the average emotion expressed in student reflections from November through January. Principals have access to site level insights for their students, and about once per month I follow up with additional data. This is the result of our fall 2022 Sown to Grow survey that 3rd through 5th grade students took. They reflected on their strengths related to 6 emotional competencies. I want to point out that the 2 competencies with the lowest score, self-awareness and self-regulation, also happen to be our 2 focus competencies this year. And just for clarity, there's one that was cut off, and that at the very far end, that should be sense of belonging. I would like to turn to a brief update on our mental health services. So CHAC currently serves a little less than 5% of elementary and middle school students, which is a slight decline from earlier in the year. Director Jimbo, myself, and CHAC's Director of School-Based Services meet weekly, and one of our primary goals have been to revise our referral and communication processes to minimize wait lists. Pacific Clinics provides 2 different levels of service at our middle schools and designated elementary sites. As you can see, currently 28 elementary and 18 middle school students are receiving either PEI or SLS services from Pacific Clinics. I'd like to provide an update on our wellness policy annual goals. So for nutrition promotion, earlier in November, Director Jimbo and I provided an initial update on nutrition promotion and education. These 2 goals are now mostly in place. All of our schools are now aware of and have access to the Smart Snacks checklist. We're currently in the midst of our March nutrition promotion campaign, which will provide a variety of resources and activities for both parents and students that promote making healthy food choices. The next goal that I'd like to update you on is our physical activity goal. This is our first update on this particular goal, and all of our schools are, this goal is fully in place for all of our schools. I'd like to turn to trimester 2 activities. We've had a lot of things going on this year. The Health and Wellness Committee met on February 15th, and I'd like to thank Trustee Chang for joining us for that meeting. Castro is continuing to use the cost model to address student intervention needs and coordinates mental health needs with the Wellness Center. And we are also, again, in the midst of our March nutrition campaign. The Social Emotional Working Group met on February 16th, and we're continuing our work to develop the scope and sequence of teaching SEL skills that can be utilized across the district. Following feedback from teachers and from the board, we've also begun our partnership with the Knowledge Alliance, Acknowledge Alliance has started a resilience group for teachers and principals, and they're also providing direct site support at our middle schools in Vargas. Director Jimbo and I continue to have regular meetings with representatives from our mental health partners so that we can collectively monitor clinician capacity, individual site needs, and remove barriers to students receiving services. And again, with Sown to Grow, as I mentioned earlier, Sown to Grow is now in full implementation for TK through 5th grade. This week, we also started a Sown to Grow trial at Crittenden and Graham. That's going to be an 8-week trial similar to the one that we did last spring for 5th grade classes. And we've also launched our own internal Sown to Grow teacher resource webpage, and we are expanding Sown to Grow training for instructional coaches. So just some points to consider, barring any unexpected complications, wellness policy annual goals are on track to be met this year. In addition to encouraging safe and supportive classrooms, I want to point out that Sown to Grow gives us SEL data that will inform student-centered SEL planning. We will definitely see the benefit from that as we take this year's data for next year's planning. And then finally, students are accessing and then exiting mental health services following the completion of scheduled sessions. So that is an indication that our continuum of care is serving student needs. So our next steps for trimester 3 and through the remainder of the year, we have one more meeting at the Health and Wellness Committee and the SEL Working Group. We will evaluate the Sown to Grow middle school trial and make implementation decisions for next year. We'll continue our regular check-ins with our mental health partners, and the cost model is being integrated with our district's overall multi-tiered systems of supports planning. And again, I look forward to sharing a final update at our end of year goal report. So that is my speedy walkthrough of health and wellness for trimester 2, and I can take any questions or feedback that you have.
Thank you so much. Trustees, clarifying questions? Yes, Trustee Conley.
Mr. White and Director Jimbo, you all have so much on your plate. I love all of the things that are covered in this presentation. I do have some questions, and it's fine if you don't have the data available right now. It might be something that could be included in future presentations. I'd love an update on the CHAC waitlists and whether or not they're cleared right now, because I know sometimes those waitlists can grow later in the school year when the spots are already full, but children have needs.
Yeah, I don't have the specific school. We do have, I think, one school with a wait list right now. And what we've done is when we have our regular meeting with CHAC, we evaluate those wait lists. And then when there's been a greater need at one school, our CHAC partners will move clinicians over to schools, and I'll have conversations with principals about kind of triaging some of those needs so that we make sure that the students that really need to be prioritized in receiving services have access to those.
Okay, wonderful. And kind of the same numbers questions about the Castro Wellness Center, how many, keeping us surprised of how many students are actually accessing those services. And then also with Acknowledge Alliance, how many of our staff members are actually participating in the resilience groups and things like that. So it's fine if you don't have those numbers tonight, but in a future presentation, whenever you come back, even if it wasn't part of the presentation, it was like a written report that went with it or just a sheet with some data, it'd be wonderful to see the information about how many people are accessing those things.
Absolutely. We'll make sure to include as much information as we can about that in our final report to the board.
And where I'm coming from is we have to, at some point, we have to discuss our CHAC contracts, for example. We have to discuss the Wellness Center and continuing the partnership, or perhaps helping the county advocate for more funding for that partnership. So having those numbers are tools that we can use as policymakers to then make decisions about budgeting, but also to advocate for expanding programs or supporting programs. Similarly, so I know it's going to kind of sound like a little bit of going around. I don't have a good analogy right now, but when I look at the incident data, what I think about is discipline, because the reason those incidents get entered into the system is that at some point the teacher or probably principal had to intervene in whatever was happening, and it got recorded. And so there's some sort of discipline that's happening with those incidents as well. I'm very curious about the subgroup demographics for the incidents that we are seeing on our campuses, because I do equate some of that incident recording with discipline. And so I'd love to see in the future that broken out by our, English learners, race and ethnicity, socioeconomically disadvantaged, students with disabilities, that type of thing, because I think that's an important lens to bring to the incidence data and discipline data as well.
Understood. Thank you. And I think Director Jimbo, do you have something to add to that?
Yeah, we'll certainly caucus on that when we after tonight's board meeting, and we'll take that into consideration.
And then the very last thing is, what training and protocols do we have in place for our staff when a violent incident happens on campus? In the classroom, because I know that there have been some in-classroom incidents this year, but also outside of the classroom. Do we have specific protocols that our teachers have been trained in, or that our principals are trained in?
Yeah, so I think one of the things that first comes to mind is where we have students with disabilities that sometimes have escalating behaviors that are part of their disability. And so those are often the students that are most likely to have, a more of a severe incident in the classroom. We do have protocols that staff are trained in related to managing crisis behaviors. I also know that that generally speaking, we have had staff, I believe special ed staff, go to some of our schools to talk with staff about responding to trauma and responding to crisis behaviors with general ed teachers. Director Jimbo, do you want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, so we do have a cohort of staff who are trained in safety care. That is our crisis response for de-escalation, and only very specific individuals are trained on hands-on approaches. Yep. We don't take generally hands-on approaches, and with respect to restraint. So that is the extent of the de-escalation training. Is it's very select individuals at this point.
Okay. And I mean, that has been my experience teaching in other districts too, that I as a teacher was not trained in restraint, for example, but there was a staff member who was, and so that would be the person that I would walkie-talkie to, for example, if there was an incident. Do we have a protocol about when there is a violent incident in the classroom, regardless of whether it's because of escalating behavior with a student, that it might be part of their disability or something unrelated? Do we have a protocol around how we address kind of the trauma that the whole class went through because of that experience?
So other than with respect to students with IEPs, other than a behavior intervention plan specific to that student, I think I would turn to whatever the safety plan is at that site with respect to the whole group. So only very specifically in the behavior intervention plan do I see, I think, what you're referring to in terms of response to the behavior.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about how do we debrief a classroom after something happens, and do we have a standard way that we do that that's supportive of students? But thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Trustee Blakely.
Thank you. I just was wondering, Sown to Grow, we've been, doing it for about a year. It was a pilot. You're looking to expand it in middle school, or to pilot it. What is the general impression, feedback about it? I mean, are you pleased with it? Do you think it was the right tool to go with? I mean, just a little feedback on that.
Yeah, I think, we're in our first year of implementation, not even our first full year of implementation with it. So we're still very much in a learning posture, and we're learning about what are the best ways to implement it, and what are the things that what are the things that we should expect to see from it. And one of the things that we're learning from it is the importance of teacher feedback and engagement in order to really make the best use of the platform. And so I think so far, I'm pleased with what we're getting, because what we're able to do now is we're able to create an additional way for children to connect with their teachers. And what I've seen is, when I look at the Sown to Grow data, I've seen moments of connection between teachers and students where somebody was able to say something in a confidential way to their teacher, and the Sown to Grow provides a very supportive, straightforward way for a teacher to compassionately respond to a student and make that connection, or redirect that student to a better source of help. There have also been alerts that we've received through the Sown to Grow system that have made sure that site administrators and counselors are connected with the students and connected with what's going on. Even in our middle school trial, just in the first week that we've been doing it, we've already had something come up through Sown to Grow where it enabled a counselor to connect with the teacher and support a student's mental health through that. So it's so we're seeing that benefit. And then the other benefit that we're seeing is I'm able to go to principals with the data that we have and talk about specific SEL needs at their sites. And so we have, so for example, we can identify students that have had multiple reflections through Sown to Grow that indicate that they may be feeling sad. And so it gives us an additional way to identify kids that may need a little bit extra support.
Sounds encouraging. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question. I'm wondering, I know when we have a student that gets referred to for counseling, we have students that need a deeper level of care or needs a longer term working with somebody. And I'm wondering, and again, also another thing that maybe can come back to us at some point, how many of our students that get referred to a counselor and then that we move them on, how many are successful at establishing a relationship with the therapist and their family, can connect with them on an ongoing basis, or how many of them sort of end up back at our school site with Jack. So it's something I'd be really interested in learning about. And if you don't have that information, that's totally fine. And I'll stop there if you have anything you want to add for that one.
I actually have a clarifying question. Are you asking about outside referrals to outside like private entities or the organizations we work with?
Well, I think it could be both. I think I'm interested in knowing if the students that need a deeper level of support or a longer term connection are successful at getting what they need. Does that make sense? Because I know often, when a student shows that they are in need of counseling, we make sure that they get it. They might see that counselor for a couple of months and then they move on, right? But we definitely have students that need that just a different level of support. So I'm wondering what our success rate is at, making sure that they're successful at getting. I mean, it's not entirely up to us, but I'm wondering, how successful they are at establishing getting the care that they need.
Yeah. So the immediate data that we have at our fingertips is the entry exit data from CHAC. And so what we're seeing is that within our existing system, that there are entry and exit loops for students, which tells us that the students are getting what they need in that moment within our organization. I don't know that I can commit to getting data from families about their outside experiences. I think that's a tough data pull for us. We'll do our best to
It's okay. I mean, it seems like it's something beyond our control, right? I'm just thinking if we're the ones that sort of can direct them to someplace, if there's a way that we get that information. And I think the reason I'm asking, we heard from Ted Lippert at Challenge Team recently, who's just a really strong advocate for children, and talks about how it's really hard to find accurate data and enough data to look at how well our students are doing. So I love that our school district is really committed to seeing how our students are doing and doing what we can to collect the data. And we also heard how challenging it is for families when they get to that level outside of the school. So I was just curious if we had any information on that, and it doesn't necessarily have to be concrete data. I'm just curious, what the experiences of our families, as they go on, in getting support that they need. But I'm just really proud of the work that our school district is doing and of our wellness committee. This is more of a comment, wellness committee and doing everything that we can to serve as many students and the support that we're getting from CHAC as well. So thank you. Any other clarifying questions? We sort of moved us on to comments. Okay, we will move on to members' public comments. If you are a member of the public and would like to address the board, would like to comment on this item, you may raise your hand in Zoom. Okay, seeing as there are none. Trustees, any final comments? Trustee Blakely.
Thank you for the report, and that was really fast. And I'm hoping that in the final report that we can allocate a little more time, because I would, I read it ahead of time, of course, but that was fast. So I'd love it. And you guys are covering a lot of different topics. It's great to see the work being done. But I'd love a little more time to pause and hear a little more from you next time around. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yeah. Yes, Trustee Chang.
Thank you, Director White, for the presentation. Just one piece of feedback is that we had the earlier presentation from Joffy, and they had a thought exchange, and there were a lot of comments from staff, parents, and students that definitely are in the wheelhouse of the work that you're doing on wellness, particularly on bullying. So just would encourage the wellness committee to perhaps have some point where they can circle back to that data and incorporate it, because I think that when students and parents and staff are saying something, I think this has some good, we should listen to that in the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Lambert.
Yes, thank you for your presentation.
Yes, Trustee Conley.
I so appreciate the incredible work that you all do. And, I'm impressed by the timeline you've moved things forward. Stone to Grow was a pilot last year, and now we are really, really diving into it. I brought up trying to find something to support teachers in the fall, and now we have Acknowledge Alliance in place. I mean, that's an incredible turnaround, especially at a school district level. And we're kind of a slow beast sometimes. So I truly appreciate how quickly you take on these initiatives and the breadth of your work. I hope my ask for data and kind of breaking things apart with an equity lens isn't too heavy a lift, and it's something that we can think about as we move forward. But thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you so much for the presentation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll move on to the 2023 update on English learners and reclassification with Director Chang.
Good evening, trustees. Today, I'm here to give an update on the progress of our English learners and reclassification. So, as we always do, we remind ourselves that everything that we do is tied to our strategic plan. Specifically for the topic of this presentation, Goal Area 1 and Objective 1B. So I'm going to start off by giving a big picture breakdown of English learners. So beginning with some definitions, I won't read these out loud, but just kind of want to highlight a few that may not be as familiar to the public and to the board. Specifically, if we look at the fourth definition, this is a term that is used in various circles in state and national conversations, ever ELs. It's just defined by as the number of RFEPT students plus the number of English learners. So anybody who was ever an EL. And then as it sometimes comes up, the definition of initially fluent English proficient, these are students who whose first language was not English, but when they were initially tested through the initial LPAC assessment, they were found to be already fluent. And then a good reminder as we go into the next few slides of the definition of our EL cohorts. This is a term that we use in our analysis of the data, and these are same age ever ELs who entered MVWSD as kindergartners and were continually enrolled. This is a list of how we measure our progress with our English learners. These are our assessments. As you've heard me mention before many times about the LPAC, the English Language Proficiency Assessments for California, there are 3 major parts of the LPAC. The initial, which is given when students whose first language is not English first enter the US. The summative LPAC, given to all ELs at the spring of every year until they are reclassified. And then the alternate LPAC, which is given to EL students with IEPs who have significant cognitive disabilities. And of course, we also use our state exam, the ELA CASP for grades 3 through 8, and the local assessments for all students, such as iReady and Literally. This is also another reminder slide of what we currently do. This is our EL instruction summary of the 2 different major approaches to English language development. We have designated English language development, and there you see the minimum number of minutes required for each grade level. And this is typically small group targeted instruction in elementary school and the ELD period in middle school. And you see some of the resources that we use listed there. We also have integrated ELD, which is, as the name suggests, integrated throughout all of our classrooms. And this is primarily done through SIOP techniques and strategies. For example, content and language objectives, explicit vocabulary instruction, and structured student verbal interactions. So I just want to make this is an important slide to note and to remember as we go through the presentation and anytime we really talk about ELs. It's quite a dynamic group. It's not the same analysis that needs to be done. I mean, there's lots of similarities between the analysis by grade level groups, but there's another dimension, which is the number of years that students have been learning English. So it's a dynamic group, wide range of skills between various subgroups. Such as newcomers, intermediate ELs, advanced ELs, long-term English learners. And each of the subgroups have different traits and needs. You have a newcomer who just came to this country, is new to the culture, as well as maybe being a bit shell-shocked with what's happening around. And those who have been with us for longer than 5 years and are still ELs, they have different, very, very different language profiles and needs, as do our RFEP students who were former ELs. ELs move in and out of our district each year, just part of the normal registration process. And there's a high variance between cohorts that enter in kindergarten in terms of EL level and demographics. We can't, it's hard for us to predict when they come to us mid elementary or mid middle school career, what level they would be at, but we take every student and we educate every student. A key thing to remember is that research shows that it can take between 4 and 7 years for beginner ELs to develop academic language skills in English. And the factors that play into this vary greatly, have a lot to do with not just the opportunities and the strategies at school, but also family background and education level. Has a lot to do with it. Reclassification during the year also makes the data sometimes a little hard to parse. It leads to changes in the population. When someone reclassifies, they're no longer an English learner. They were always going to be an ever EL, but then if we only looked at English learners and we compared them to, for example, English only students on a particular exam, you have to remember that during the year, kids do get reclassified and are no longer in that denominator. And we have reclassification processes all through the year, at least 6 times, if not more, as listed there. And so for these and other reasons, MVWSD officially measures EL progress using a cohort growth approach with the goal of reclassification. So the board goals, remember we mentioned about the EL cohorts. These are the students who are continually enrolled in our district since kindergarten. So 75% of each EL cohort, we want them to be classified by the 5th grade. And then by 8th grade, we would like 85% of each cohort to be classified. So this is the first kind of data set that I wanted to bring to your attention. So in general, this is showing 2020, 2022, and 2023. Comparing year by year, if you just look across the grade levels, and if you match the colors, you see the cohort progression as they get older. Those are the same, ostensibly the same groups of kids, with some kids leaving, of course. So in general, the percentage of students at each grade level who reclassified did drop significantly from 2020 to 2022, but has increased from 2022 to 2023. In most cases, each cohort's progress from last year to this year equaled or surpassed their progress over 2 years in 2020, from 2020 to 2022. In other words, we are kind of increasing the pace of our reclassification, which is generally, all things considered, a good thing. We do see a big drop of reclassified percentages during the year of distance hybrid learning, followed by a rebound in 2023, which is what we expected and hoped to see. But if you strictly look at the 5th and 8th grade level, as you can see, the goal is 75% and 85% respectively. We're doing okay in 8th grade right now, but in 5th grade, we are still about 13% below where we want to be. And I'm going to go through each of the sites fairly quickly and just make a couple of comments. Here in BUB, if you notice the drop of the cohort that's currently in 2nd grade is 0% right now. It's probably due to the fact that there was one RFEP student in that cohort last year and they left the district. So just these are little quirks in the data I wanted to point out. There are 20% less 5th grade RFEPs who are SEDs in this chart than overall 5th grade RFEPs. So this is another dimension that I wanted us to pay attention to and look at. For Castro, something to note, the 5th grade cohort has 14% more RFEPs than last year when they were in 4th grade. This is the key features here are most of our MI ELs seem to reclassify in 1st or 2nd grade. And MI is one of 2 schools whose 5th grade RFEP percentages does exceed the 75% district target. Something to point out in the Landell slide is that the biggest growth for any one cohort from one year to another is the one that's currently in 4th grade. The percentage of RFEPs in that cohort, if you notice, increased 29% since last year, which is, I believe, the biggest one grade level jump in elementary school in the district. For Mistral, something to note is that the majority of Mistral's RFEPs happen between 3rd and 4th and 4th and 5th grade, which I think can be partially explained by the fact that the students are learning 2 languages from the start. So it takes a little bit longer to gear up. And this is Montaloma. And Stevenson, it's the other school in our district whose overall 5th grade RFEP percentage is above the goal of 75%. However, something to note is that the percentage of students, Stevenson's RFEPs who are also socioeconomically disadvantaged is tracking significantly below the overall percentage of RFEPs. To note for Therakoff, current 2nd and 3rd grade cohort, they're making significant strides in terms of RFEP percentage, and the current 4th grade RFEP percentage is the same as last year's. So from 3rd to 4th, they're it's stayed at 60%, something to watch. Vargas is close overall this year to the 5th grade target of 75%. We're seeing just kind of from the 5,000 feet level, not 10,000 feet level. From the school overall level, we are seeing that most of the growth seems to be happening in the lower grades and then flattening out a little bit in 4th and 5th grade. Moving over to the middle schools, if you take a look at Crittenden, the thing that pops out to me is that the RFEP percentage by cohort has remained basically unchanged since last year. So we're going from 87 to 86 and then 83 to 82. So some of those numbers are undoubtedly due to some movement in students. This is Graham. And while it's year to year, 8th grade RFEP percentage has remained steady. Looking at the cohort shows progress being made, which is good news. And I have a little note here under on each of the middle school slides to kind of define and give context to kids who don't reclassify by the time they've been in U.S. schools for 6 or more years and are in middle school. Okay, so this table is just a kind of a summary of 5th and 8th grade cohort RFEP percentages by each school. So you can see that 4 out of our elementary schools have SED RFEP percentages that are equal or better than their overall RFEP percentages in 5th grade. And so there's some encouraging results there. It's not often what we expect to see, but it's encouraging nonetheless, while 5 have had lower SED RFEP results. Okay, so this slide takes a little bit of explaining. So we're kind of moving beyond just looking at cohorts in this slide. So in this chart, we're looking at the cohort ever ELs this year versus all of our ever ELs, which includes anybody who came to us, any students who came to us as ELs in the middle of elementary school, right? We should look at not just the students who are in the cohorts, but just instructionally, we absolutely have to look at all of our ELs. So I thought I'd take a look at how does the overall picture for ELs compare to just the ones who, you know, we could say we've had direct influence on since they were in kindergarten, right? So when combining the data of the students who entered MVWSD after kindergarten, many of them came to us as newcomers. Just to note, you see lower RFEP percentages overall, right? This quantitative data, as well as the qualitative and anecdotal examples from sites, strongly suggest that we should focus our efforts in bolstering our newcomer programs, as well as looking into how do we continue to support of students who came to us from other school districts in our program. So I've kind of already begun a little bit of this analysis, but I guess this would be a summary of what else I kind of noticed as we were doing this. So the first thing I want to just point out is that, especially on the site-by-site data, the sample size is extremely important, right? So 1 fewer or greater reclassified student in any grade can lead to a big swing in the percentage. For example, when examining 1 grade level at 1 site. Okay, we do still see COVID and distance learning impacts over years, right? The impact on ELs continues to be a factor, but the good news is the data suggests that a rebound is in progress. In most cases, I think I mentioned this before, but I'll say it one more time. It's a little bit hard sometimes for me to even tease out this piece. In most cases, each cohort's progress in 2023 has equaled or surpassed their progress over 2 years. That same cohort's progress over 2 years from 2020 to 2022, which is what we would want to have expected. If we had just saw it to be flattened out, then we're essentially saying that right now the students are doing just as well as they did during the height of the pandemic, which would not have been a result that we would have wanted to see. I want to just point out a few notable cohort improvements. The BUB'd 2nd to 3rd grade, Lando's 3 to 4. Remember, that's the 29% growth that I pointed out earlier. Mistral 4 to 5 and Stevenson 4 to 5. And the reason, and again, another complexity of analyzing data around ELs is the improvement is noted in 2-year intervals because kids who reclassify in 1 year actually took and got an overall 4 on the LPAC, which is the first criteria for reclassification. They got that 4 in the year previous. So if we're looking at it and kind of being fair about like where the impacts are or what potentially could have caused the impact, we do have to look across 2 years, right? So really, really very much a group effort as everything. Pointing out that district-wide, students who are SED reclassify at a lower rate than the overall district average. But about half of our elementary schools have a higher SED RFEP percentage compared to the overall RFEP percentages as well. And again, as I mentioned just a few minutes ago, when EL students who entered MVWSD after kindergarten are included in the data, so not just the cohorts, the RFEP percentages are lower across all grades. So continuing or moving on to the analysis, district-wide, I think it's fair to say that the consistency of instructional expectations over the past couple of years, paired with investment in professional development for teachers, instructional coaches, and principals, is having a positive impact as evidenced by the rebound in 2023. At every site, just to point out that there are still many specific potential factors that play into the results beyond just this, right? Individual student needs, every student is different, right? Teacher experience and administrator experience around topics of English language development, their level of training, the time that people carve out to do training, the use of data, specific impact of the pandemic on particular families at particular sites. Those all play in to the performance of our English learners. So further detailed analysis will take place this spring and summer at the classroom and individual student level to determine some specific next steps, which will mainly be recorded in next year's SIPSA. The relative success of the cohorts currently in middle school is further evidence that we should keep the designated period for middle school in middle school ELD. And potentially add some more for our newcomers. So continuing with that, a bolstering of our newcomer program is necessary, especially when considering the data of ELs who came to us and who aren't in one of our specifically designed EL cohorts. And as we see with our SED EL data and reclassification, we do need to examine that closer to see what causes and correlations and potential solutions are to address this gap. So just to summarize some ongoing efforts that we're already doing, we're not sitting pat. We have been moving on this on a regular basis every single day. It's really important that we are continuing to strictly adhere to and at the district and the site level, supporting teachers' consistent practices for designated and integrated ELD. Holding true to the required amounts. It's like having a routine, right? Making sure that you're going to the gym every single day, you're eating your fruits and vegetables. That's the basics. Just want to point out that in this school year so far, our staff has provided over 200 hours of varied individual and group training on designated and integrated ELD. This is after the initial training at the beginning of the year. And it includes those designed to bolster teachers' familiarity with the LPAC exam. We've had over 40 hours of individual and small group training for site instructional coaches by SIOP professional trainers. And we've also had over 70 hours of site administrator training during site visits by myself, accompanied with our instructional TOSA, Margaret Poor. All sites have engaged our families, especially our EL families, directly through direct services offered by our school and community engagement facilitators, our ELAC and our DLAC. We've had parent university extension series events to help families support their children at home, including sessions on English language development and understanding the reclassification process, which can be fairly complicated. So what are our next steps? We're going to continue to track the data on reclassification, EL performance, and growth on the LPAC, iReady, Literally, and the CASP. Continue offering our direct training and support to sites. And it's really important that we start to dive deeper into grade level and classroom level student data to determine specific needs and requisite solutions, and to share and support best practices. Something we're looking into right now for next year is training our teachers in more fluid and better use of some tools that we currently use that might provide dashboards that can be checked on a regular basis to support the development of lessons. We need to improve our newcomer program to address needs of EL students who enter our district after kindergarten. Examine possible additional programming and resources and training to address the needs of our SED EL students right? Especially those in upper elementary school who were disproportionately affected by the year and a half of distance learning or hybrid learning. We are currently administering the 2023 Summit of LPAC as we do every spring. And we're excited to celebrate, right? Because it's not all just about analysis and talking about next step. It's really important for us to stop and celebrate the work of our students, their families, the staff, and all of us every single year. And this year on May 11th through our annual reclassification ceremony. So really very much looking forward to that. And that concludes this presentation. Thank you very much. Open to your questions.
Thank you so much, Director Chang. Trustees, clarifying questions? Yes, Trustee Blakely.
I'm just curious with the newcomer, like bolstering the newcomer program, especially for the elementary kids. What are some things what might that look like?
Right. Yeah, that's a great question. We are looking into potentially adding staff to provide either push-in or pull-out services for students who are brand new to our site for a specific amount of time. This is still kind of in the works, so there's nothing specific yet that's been decided, but that's something that we're currently looking into, in addition to improving the existing resources and training for our teachers to, address the needs of the students that come in and are going to be in their class most of the time anyway, even if they do receive pull out at some point. It may or may not be that they are with a newcomer teacher the entire day. So everybody's got to get better at it.
So it wouldn't be like a sort of separate newcomer whole core cohort that's just together. Like we did this a long time ago with Mary Laurent, I think, and pulled it out, and I don't know what happened with it, but
I think that staff will need to take into consideration all the various options and the pluses and minuses and the pros and cons, and take a look at the whole thing holistically before we can come up with some next steps with that. But yes, we are thinking along those lines and exploring all the options to make sure that something is doable, practical, and really importantly, sustainable.
that makes sense. Intuitively, it just seems like you'd want the newcomers to be around, kids that do speak English already, because they learn from their peers as well. So if you really pulled them all apart, they'd be kind of isolated. But at any rate, thank you. I really appreciate the presentation, the way you dig into the data.
Vice President Conley.
A question about the term newcomer. So I'm used to newcomer students, meaning students who have recently arrived in the country.
Mm-hmm.
And here, I think you're using newcomers to refer to any students who are new to our district.
I'm sorry. No, your understanding is correct. It's anybody who have come into the country in the last 12 months.
Okay, but we still have students who are RFEPs who come to our district from other districts during the year, or
Correct.
from other parts of the United States as well. So I just want to make sure I understand the way the data was presented on that piece. When you are talking about our cohort versus all of our ever ELs, the all ever ELs isn't just newcomer students to the United States, it's any students who are ELs who are new to our district.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, I did not parse out in this presentation who were the brand new to the country kids and who were the out of district kids. But we'll look into maybe doing that in the future. But I was making the point that there is a significant number of kids who come to us as newcomers to the country across all grade levels, and that has an impact on the reclassification rates of each grade level.
Well, and I think that I commend you for your use of data in this presentation to really tell the story of change over time for our English learner population. But I think that breaking apart that piece so the public understands the distinction between what does the term of our newcomers mean versus all of our ever ELs. There's just a lot to understand. But those are also populations with very different needs, right? So I just want to make sure we don't lose sight of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can I just ask, at what point do we stop calling them newcomers? Is it after 12 months? We no longer consider them for the purposes of the data. When we look at the data, after 12 months, we don't call them
Officially.
newcomers. Is
Yes,
that correct?
after 12, that's correct. After 12 months.
Got it.
Yeah, this is a term that is used both loosely and tightly, depending on the context, but
Yeah.
Strictly speaking, it's 12 months.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yes, Trustee Lambert.
Yeah, it's a probably simple question, but maybe difficult to answer. What is academic English?
So you're right that it's a simple question that can be difficult to answer, but I'll try to give a simple answer to it. It's language that we're using right now in our discussion of data about big topics, right? Versus like, Bill, if you and I were to talk later, just talk about sports or something, we might just we'll use casual English. So we're talking about the language of academics, of professionals, the language that we are aiming to train all of our students to use fluently as they go through their lives in professional or academic settings.
Another question I had, or maybe an observation more like that, is I took a look at some of your data, especially the cohort progress, and I made graphs instead of the table form, and it sort of it struck me pretty clear when you did it that way that having students reclassify by second or third grade really helps the district meet all the other goals in fifth grade and eighth grade. Maybe that's it's sort of necessary to meet those goals, but those were lower in 22 and 23, and it was just an observation. Maybe it's pointing out that those years are especially important for reading growth.
Yeah, I think that's an absolutely rich area for data exploration. My team and I have looked at the data in various ways and try to present it in this presentation as succinctly as possible. Although, of course, there are always branches to go out from. But I kind of think of this as a growth curve, right? Every child, when born, and is on a curve, and they kind of have their own little growth curve, and every EL has just analogously their own growth curve. It's true. You could say that for a specific segment of students, it maybe behooves that it statistically seems that if they were to reclassify earlier, that they would meet our targets by fifth grade or eighth grade. More likely meet those targets, but it's really hard to generalize to say that there should be one curve that should be a particular shape, because again, the inputs are so many and varied. But yeah, that's certainly an area of exploration that we look forward to doing.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Trustee Conley.
That sparked a question for me. With our preschool program, and now we have TK and universal pre-K, and when we're getting our littles early. In the future, is there a way that we can align our data or begin to gather data tracking the students from those cohorts from when they come to us when they're itty bitties before they're in kindergarten and seeing the impact there?
Yeah, I think we'd have to look at what assessments we're using, because it's important to remember, and I don't know if I mentioned it in this presentation or not, and I don't think I did, that we give the initial LPAC to our TKs, but not to preschool. And so officially in TK is when kids take the initial LPAC. And so we can definitely track the data from there if we want to back up 1 year to look at TK to K, but that's generally a fairly, hitherto, it's been not a very large cohort to kind of compare because we haven't as many TK classes, but in the expansion, for sure, that's something that I think we need to look into, including, along with K through 8.
Or even just putting a flag on, of this fifth grade cohort, it turns out that 5% of them came from our TK programs or whatever,
Right.
keeping track of that percentage number of the cohort over time, even if we don't have, even if the LPAC test isn't administered when we first get them, just knowing that we've had them that long and they've been receiving instruction from us.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, as I mentioned, this is a tree that just can grow in as many directions as we want it to grow. But one thing that we did do on that wasn't, that is not a complete analysis yet to bring to you guys, is to look at instead of looking at what grade level they're in and cohorts, examining by number of years in US schools, because that's actually a very key way to look at it as well. And so once something like that is ready, we certainly be happy to share some of that analysis with you all.
And I'm sorry, I will chime in a little bit, Trustee Conley. Our preschool does actually track, there's new regulations for preschool and how do we track language learners, which has just come forward. And we actually also track, we've been starting to track performance and assessments in our system so that we can look at how students are doing from preschool forward.
That is wonderful, because I suspect that having seen our preschool students enter kindergarten and how prepared they are, the good work that is going on there, I want to uncover it and celebrate it and continue to support it moving forward.
I just have a couple last comments. I think another thing that will be really impactful is the reading intervention at a younger age too, because, when I'm going to get in the weeds for a second, like being familiar with the test as you get into 3rd to 5th grade. I mean, it really is a rigorous test that, even given, if you were to give it to our native English speakers, some of them would find very challenging. So, that need to know how to read by 3rd grade will be very impactful, I think, when our students take the test. But granted, it's a dynamic group, as you pointed out. So, we get kids that come in and assess 2nd graders, and 3rd graders, and 4th graders. But I think I really appreciate the way you presented the data to us. And it, as Trustee Conley said, I think it paints a really nice picture of how our students are doing. And there's so many bright spots there. So thank you so much. And thank you. Also, I look forward to our DLAC meetings regularly. I think, there's a wonderful community of our ELAC parents that are present, and with your support and Priscilla's support, I feel like you've created a very open, safe environment for families to show up and really give their honest and full feedback. And I think they really feel heard in terms of, you taking their feedback and really making something of it with our district. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, thank you. Okay, it's getting late. Okay, if you are a member of the public and would like to comment on this issue, you can raise your hand in Zoom. Seeing as there are none, trustees, any final comments? Yes, Trustee Chang.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. I wanted to point out the slide about the reclassified as English proficient numbers at Castro, and just that the numbers, the RCEF numbers at Castro for reclassifying as English proficient, the next lowest school, Castro is twice as low as the next lowest school. So this, district staff are doing amazing things to reclassify students. A lot of things that we as a board don't have control over, but we as a board do control boundaries. And as long as we have segregated environments, we will have segregated outcomes. So what we as a board can do to assist the success of reclassification in our district is in the future to look at the Castro issue, because it is a serious issue. I feel like at every other board meeting, something comes up that reminds us of the harm that having a segregated school in our school district is having, and it's come up again here with that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation tonight. Okay, we will move on to board updates. Yes, Trustee Conley.
I'll be brief. So the California School Board Association is having its Legislative Action Week this week, talking to state legislators about our budget, the proposed budget from Governor Newsom, about some different legislation bills that are up this year that impact our district and other schools throughout the state. Trustee Blakely and I were able to attend the meeting with Assemblymember Berman and then Assembly and Senator Becker yesterday. So I wanted to share that good work is going on and trustees all over our county are advocating. And then also the County Office of Education is having a climate literacy event this weekend. And it's really focused on teachers and students, but I recommend that you check out their website and you can just type in SCCOE for the Santa Clara County Office of Education and climate literacy, and you'll pop up the event and get details. It's free and open to the public. Well, it might not be free.
It's free for full-time students and it's $50, includes a light breakfast and lunch and all of the materials.
Thank
I was
you.
gonna share that
President Berman.
tonight.
Okay, well,
Well,
I'll turn it over to you then.
All right, and just one big plug for our middle schools have plays coming up at the end of the month on the 25th, 26th. So go see Matilda at Crittenden, Moana at Graham. I'm sure they'll be amazing. Okay. And we will.
Question about future agenda dates?
Yes, that's next.
Okay, so are you doing next there?
Yes.
Wait, but can I give
Yes, another board. Yes, go
just,
ahead.
I mean, very brief update. I had so much fun reading to two different, groups of students or two classes each at Mauna Loma on Guest Reader Week. I love reading to kids and they seem to really love it too. It was awesome.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to future board meeting dates. Dr. Rudolph, do we have a date for a retreat? Okay. While he's checking, I did want to point out that on May 4th, there is the Athena Awards in Mountain View, and I'm wondering, I feel like, there's a conflict with our school board meeting. So I'm wondering if, wondering if I should work around and we can find an alternate day to meet. I can work with Dr. Rudolph and look at the agenda to see what we can move around. Because I'm assuming that this is something that we have board members that would like to attend.
I would very much like to attend.
Yeah.
I did voice to the chamber whose board I serve on, please don't do it on a Thursday, but I guess there's such a, every organization wants to celebrate now because of COVID and they're all doing things. Right. And the rooms were much more expensive on Fridays. Historically, they've done it on a Friday.
I see.
And so I think it was lack of rooms and pricing that pushed them into a Thursday posture, but
yeah. So okay, that's fine. So I will.
If we're able to adjust things, I feel like I have a duty to our.
I will, Dr. Rudolph, that I will. We'll figure out how we can adjust that meeting then. Okay,
thank you.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. And thank you, Trustee Lambert. You pointed that out to me, so thank you. I just wanted to bring it up to everybody. Yes.
I don't know if the superintendent has the retreat date.
Yes.
There's only one day that as a single parent, the other 3 days that were on the doodle, I'm supervising. So it was the 21st, Dr. Rudolph, was a date that seemed available for most of the people. And that is actually the only date that I can do. I have my daughter the other days.
Naturally, that's the only day that I can't. We have a trip planned away that weekend.
Well, it sounds like I'll work with Dr. Rudolph and we'll come back to you with some options. We might have to come back to this. We'll keep you posted. All right. Okay, well, let's see. At 10:54 p.m., we will now adjourn the meeting of the Mountain View Wisman School Board.